here that will sustain you and your family. So important things that you should put in your kit: water bottles and snacks like granola bars. Change of clothing for each person in the household if you have room in your kit. Some cash in case you need to use it later. That contact communications list that you put together, keep a copy in there. Any important documents that your family needs, copies of insurance, information for your house, for your car, pets, any of that that you want with you, make a copy, put it in your kit. Chargers for cell phones. I need glasses, so I keep an extra pair of glasses in my kit as well. If you have pets, also remember that you need to make a kit for your pet to include food, water, copies of their vaccination records, maybe even a toy, so that when you leave with your pet during an emergency, you have stuff for them too. North Texas is the most disaster-prone area in the United States, and I don't say that to scare you, but I say that to say that you need to prepare before disaster strikes. So follow all the steps we talked about today, and you'll be more prepared for the next one.
We have collaborated with the Duncanville Independent School District. We are going to have a parade for the Duncanville football team taking their state championship.
We're currently planning the Duncanville ISD Championship Parade. So the Duncanville High School football team won the state championship, which is amazing.
Starting at 7 p.m. on Freeman and Wheatland, and then a small ceremony right after in Armstrong Park.
My name is Lauren Sanchez. I'm the Regional Emergency Management Operations Coordinator for the cities of Cedar Hill, Duncanville, DeSoto, and Lancaster. And I have been in this role actually 2 years last week.
My name is Noel Garcia, and I'm the superintendent of both the Senior and Recreation Center here in the city of Duncanville. I've been with the city for, come April, will be 5 years. First, it's someone coming to me with an idea, or being the superintendent in charge of special events, picking a day on the calendar, a time, the venue, the location where it's going to be. At that point, we start looking at marketing, advertising pieces that will be used.
Successful parade usually starts a month and a half, 2 months before the actual event, so we can get everybody together to plan. And when I say 2 months, we typically already have a roadmap of exactly what that parade's gonna look like. For example, when we planned this parade for the Duncanville ISD Championship, we're using the same route that the city used for our Christmas parade.
We look at the different departments that are going to participate as well, especially with the parade.
That includes
the police department,
fire,
streets,
public works, our communications team, and others. We also, in this case, invite the ISD, so they would send their police chief, their communications team, some others on their staff who are help coordinating the actual event.
We pick a day on the calendar to meet to talk about the logistics of how we're going to make this happen. So whether it's street closures, whether we're going to have food vendors, retail vendors, entertainment, we look at security.
To plan for a parade, we start ahead of time. So we'll say for this event, we met a month before. So as soon as we found out that Duncanville ISD won the championship, we got a meeting together when we found out that the city and the ISD were going to partner to celebrate with a parade and ceremony. So coming to the first meeting, we already have exactly what street closures we need, the route, where people are going to watch, where they're going to go to after. So it helps speed up that process. So that still takes about a month to do. I coordinate the planning itself, so I schedule the meetings where everybody gets together to discuss and plan the event. We get everybody in a room, which is actually the room that we're sitting in here. So we all get together and we look through everything, the map of the parade, the exact ceremony, what's going to happen, how much staffing do we need, where are the barricades going to go, do we have enough barricades. We make sure we order lighting, everything that we need to make it safe. So we have all of those meetings in person. After the first meeting, in this case about a month, 3 weeks before the actual event, everybody goes back, works on all of that, and then we meet again. So we met, now it had been 2 weeks before the event, to make sure everybody's on the same page. Is there anything we're missing? Go through everything one more time, and then we lead up to the actual event. So at the event, all those people who are involved in the planning meetings are at the event. They're assigned a certain role, so everybody works the event. Whether you're coordinating the parade, the ceremony, the safety, the command center, the communications, you're coordinating whatever your role is at the event. We have an amazing event. And then after the event, we all get together, usually a week or two afterwards, the same people in the same room to talk about it. How did it go? What went well? What didn't go well? What could we change for the future to make it an even more successful event for us who's putting it on and for those who are coming to enjoy the event? So we call that an after action. We take down all those notes, and then if we have this event again in the future, we can pull up those notes to make it even better the next time we do it.
The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is celebrating the week of April 17th through April 21st in the lead up to Earth Day. The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board's mission is to empower individuals in Duncanville through education to take responsibility for enhancing their community. As we head into Earth Day, this April 22nd, we would like to share a quick and easy tip to help our environment. Get involved in environmental work within your community. The City of Duncanville and the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board often offer opportunities for volunteers to get involved cleaning up parks, making Duncanville neighborhoods beautiful, and other efforts to make our communities greener. While Earth Day may only come once a year, Keep Duncanville Beautiful hosts many community events throughout the year to show our commitment to our community and the earth daily. Make sure you follow Keep Duncanville Beautiful on Facebook and visit www.duncanvilletexas.gov for more information to stay up to date with our latest events.
The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is celebrating the week of April 17th through April 21st in the lead up to Earth Day. The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board's mission is to empower individuals in Duncanville through education to take responsibility for enhancing their community. As we head into Earth Day, this April 22nd, we would like to share a quick and easy tip to help our environment. Pick up 5 pieces of litter. You may have heard about the swirls of plastic in our oceans. One simple way to help reduce litter, make it into our waterways, is to pick up 5 pieces of litter on your next walk. Litter cleanup doesn't have to be a big event. If that seems like a drop in the bucket, just reference the following. No act is too little. Eventually, it will add up to a big impact. While Earth Day may only come once a year, Keep Duncanville Beautiful hosts many community events throughout the year to show our commitment to the earth daily. Make sure you follow the Keep Duncanville Beautiful board on Facebook and visit www.duncanvilletexas.gov for more information to stay up to date on our latest events.
The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is celebrating the week of April 17th through April 21st in the lead up to Earth Day. Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board's mission is to empower individuals in Duncanville through education to take responsibility for enhancing their community. As we head into Earth Day this April 22nd, we would like to share a quick and easy tip to help our environment. Recycle your electronics, your old, unused, or broken computers, tablets, phones, and other electronics can often be recycled for free by stores, manufacturers, and your local government. This saves natural resources while also reducing pollution. While Earth Day may only come once a year, Keep Duncanville Beautiful hosts many community events throughout the year as a commitment to our community and the earth. Make sure you follow Keep Duncanville Beautiful on Facebook and visit www.duncanvilletx.gov for more information and to stay up to date with our latest events.
The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is celebrating the week of April 17th through April 21st in the lead up to Earth Day. The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board's mission is to empower individuals in Duncanville through education to take responsibility for enhancing their community. As we head into Earth Day this April 22nd, we would like to share a quick and easy tip to help our environment. Use a reusable water bottle or coffee mug. Every hour, 2.5 million plastic bottles are thrown out. Each year, about 50 million disposable coffee cups end up in landfills. That's a staggering amount of waste. Be kinder to the planet today by using a reusable water bottle or coffee mug. While Earth Day may only come once a year, Keep Duncanville Beautiful hosts many community events throughout the year to show our commitment to our community and the earth daily. Make sure you follow Keep Duncanville Beautiful on Facebook and visit www.duncanvilletexas.gov for more information to stay up to date with our latest events.
The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is celebrating the week of April 17th through April 21st in the lead up to Earth Day. The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board's mission is to empower individuals in Duncanville through education to take responsibility for enhancing their community. As we head into Earth Day this April 22nd, we would like to share a few quick and easy tips to help our environment. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm on the way. Yeah, I should be there shortly. But you know what? I think I'm gonna just walk. Give me about 15 minutes, all right? I'll see you in a minute. Give your car a break. Whether you're commuting to work or running errands, you just might be able to leave your car at home, even for a few times a week, walk ride a bike, carpool, or take public transportation. You'll save money, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and get more exercise. While Earth Day may only come once a year, Keep Duncanville Beautiful hosts many community events throughout the year to show our commitment to our community and the Earth daily. Make sure you follow Keep Duncanville Beautiful on Facebook and visit www.duncanvilletx.gov for more information to stay up to date with our latest events.
Now, therefore, Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, Texas, does hereby proclaim April the 27th, 2023 as Earth Day in Duncanville and encourages all business, institutions, and individuals to celebrate the Earth through one's own action and in the support of the city's ongoing sustainability initiatives.
Join the Keep Duncanville Beautiful board in celebrating Earth Day by following these 5 tips.
Recycle your electronics, your old, unused, or broken computers. Tablets, phones, and other electronics can often be recycled for free by stores, manufacturers, and your local government. This saves natural resources while also reducing pollution.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm on the way. Yeah, I should be there shortly. But you know what? I think I'm gonna just walk. Give me about 15 minutes, all right? I'll see you in a minute. Give your car a break. Whether you're commuting to work or running errands, you just might be able to leave your car at home, even for a few times a week, walk, ride a bike, carpool, or take public transportation. You'll save money, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and get more exercise.
Pick up 5 pieces of litter. You may have heard about the swirls of plastic in our oceans. One simple way to help reduce litter, make it into our waterways, is to pick up 5 pieces of litter on your next walk. Litter cleanup doesn't have to be a big event. If that seems like a drop in the bucket, just reference the following. No act is too little. Eventually, it will add up to a big impact.
Use a reusable water bottle or coffee mug. Every hour, 2.5 million plastic bottles are thrown out. Each year, about 50 million disposable coffee cups end up in landfills. That's a staggering amount of waste. Be kinder to the planet today by using a reusable water bottle or coffee mug.
Get involved in environmental work within your community. The City of Duncanville and the Keep Duncanville Beautiful board often offer opportunities for volunteers to get involved cleaning up parks, making Duncanville neighborhoods beautiful, and other efforts to make our communities greener. Happy Earth Day from the Keep Duncanville Beautiful board.
Hi, I'm Officer Arias, the Crime Prevention Officer here at Duncanville Police Department.
I'm Micah Shaw with the Duncanville Fire Department.
With the growth of social media and the heavy use of smartphones, a dangerous new drug threat has emerged.
That's right, Michelle. Criminal drug networks are using social media to expand their market and reach new clientele. This is now known as a one-stop shop. Drug traffickers have turned smartphones into a one-stop show to market, sell, buy, and deliver deadly fake prescription pills and other dangerous drugs in just 3 steps.
It starts off with drug traffickers advertising on social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, and TikTok.
Most of these advertisements are done in 24-hour stories that are disappearing or are posted and later removed.
Posts and stories are often accompanied by known code emojis and sometimes even words. They then move from the social media post to encrypted messaging using apps such as WhatsApp, Signal, and Telegram.
Drug traffickers typically switch to these encrypted apps to arrange drug deals with prospective buyers.
After a sale is made, drug traffickers request payment using one-click apps such as Venmo, Zelle, Cash App, or even in person.
These drug transactions could cost as little as $10. As a reminder, social media drug trafficking impacts all age groups.
However, young adults are particularly vulnerable given their high social media usage.
Remember to stay vigilant and aware of the drug trafficking threats on smartphone apps and social media sites.
Know the dangers of counterfeit pills, their accessibility, availability, and increasing lethality.
When a family member is having an overdose, contact 911 as soon as possible. Both Duncanville Fire and Police carry Narcan and have it readily available if necessary.
In a separate video, to better inform our Duncanville parents and community, we will decode the commonly used emoji codes.
The National Weather Service just issued a tornado warning. We've got to go shelter in place. When sheltering in place, whether at home, at work, or in public, you always want to shelter inside, never shelter outdoors. When sheltering in place, there might be an area with a sign that says shelter area. That means that this area is safe for you to shelter from a tornado. Shelter in a room that is most interior to the building, meaning that there are no windows in the room and none of the walls touch the outside. Once you're in this room, you want to stay here until the tornado threat has passed completely. In order to be extra safe once in your shelter room, the best thing to do is to get low to the ground. So crouch down on the floor. If you're in the bathroom, the best thing to do is get in the bathtub. Once you're crouched down on the floor, you want to be sure to protect your head. So cover it with your arms. If you brought a pillow with you, if you brought a helmet with you, keep your head protected. You also want to have your cell phone with you so that you can keep track on the radar or through emergency alert so that you're sure once the threat has passed. Today we're going to talk about how you can prepare for disasters before they strike. The first step is to get your family or your household together and talk about emergency planning. The first step there is to identify all the hazards that we face living here in North Texas. And it's no surprise to anyone that the list is very long. So identify those hazards and talk about how you would respond to all of those. The next thing you want to do is create a family or household communications list. Doesn't have to be a long list. The best thing to do is actually write it on a smaller piece of paper so that once you write down all the contacts you need, you can fold it up and put it in your wallet, in your backpack, or even keep a copy in your car. It's really important to include all the contact numbers, meaning cell phones for everyone in your household, but also numbers like your insurance companies, so that if you cannot use your cell phone for whatever reason after an emergency, you have all those important numbers already written down. The third thing you want to do with your family before a disaster is to build a family emergency kit. This is the kit that you would take to your shelter location in case you're there for a long period of time, or if you had to leave your house in the middle of the night during a disaster. You want stuff in here that will sustain you and your family. So important things that you should put in your kit: water bottles and snacks like granola bars, a change of clothing for each person in the household if you have room in your kit, some cash in case you need to use it later, that contact communications list that you put together, keep a copy in there, any important documents that your family needs, copies of insurance, information for your house, for your car, pets, any of that that you want with you, make a copy, put it in your kit. Chargers for cell phones. I need glasses, so I keep an extra pair of glasses in my kit as well. If you have pets, also remember that you need to make a kit for your pet to include food, water, copies of their vaccination records, maybe even a toy, so that when you leave with your pet during an emergency, you have stuff for them too. North Texas is the most disaster-prone area in the United States, and I don't say that to scare you, but I say that to say that you need to prepare before disaster strikes. So follow all the steps we talked about today, and you'll be more prepared for the next one.
We have collaborated with the Duncanville Independent School District. We are going to have a parade for the Duncanville football team, taking their state championship.
We're currently planning the Duncanville ISD Championship Parade. So the Duncanville High School football team won the state championship, which is amazing.
Starting at 7 p.m. on Freeman and Wheatland, and then a small ceremony right after in Armstrong Park.
My name is Lauren Sanchez. I'm the Regional Emergency Management Operations Coordinator for the cities of Cedar Hill, Duncanville, DeSoto, and Lancaster. And I have been in this role actually 2 years last week.
My name is Noel Garcia, and I'm the superintendent of both the Senior and Recreation Center here in the city of Duncanville. I've been with the city for, come April, will be 5 years. First, it's someone coming to me with an idea, or being the superintendent in charge of special events, picking a day on the calendar, a time, the venue, the location where it's going to be. At that point, we start looking at marketing, advertising pieces that will be used.
Successful parade usually starts a month and a half, 2 months before the actual event, so we can get everybody together to plan. And when I say 2 months, we typically already have a roadmap of exactly what that parade's gonna look like. For example, when we planned this parade for the Duncanville ISD Championship, we're using the same route that the city used for our Christmas parade.
We look at the different departments that are going to participate as well, especially with the parade.
That includes
the police department,
fire,
streets,
public works, our communications team, and others. We also, in this case, by the ISD, so they would send their police chief, their communications team, some others on their staff who are help coordinating the actual event.
We pick a day on the calendar to meet to talk about the logistics of how we're going to make this happen. So whether it's street closures, whether we're going to have food vendors, retail vendors, entertainment, we look at security.
To plan for a parade, we start ahead of time. So we'll say for this event, we met a month before. So as soon as we found out that Duncanville ISD won the championship, we got a meeting together when we found out that the city and the ISD were going to partner to celebrate with a parade and ceremony. So coming to the first meeting, we already have exactly what street closures we need, the route, where people are going to watch, where they're going to go to after. So it helps speed up that process. So that still takes about a month to do. I coordinate the planning itself, so I schedule the meetings where everybody gets together to discuss and plan the event. We get everybody in a room, which is actually the room that we're sitting in here. So we all get together and we look through everything, the map of the parade, the exact ceremony, what's going to happen, how much staffing do we need, where are the barricades going to go, do we have enough barricades. We make sure we order lighting, everything that we need to make it safe. So we have all of those meetings in person. After the first meeting, in this case about a month, 3 weeks before the actual event, everybody goes back, works on all of that, and then we meet again. So we met, now it'd been 2 weeks before the event, to make sure everybody's on the same page. Is there anything we're missing? Go through everything one more time. And then we lead up to the actual event. So at the event, all those people who are involved in the planning meetings are at the event. They're assigned a certain role. So everybody works the event. Whether you're coordinating the parade, the ceremony, the safety, the command center, the communications, you're coordinating whatever your role is at the event. We have an amazing event. And then after the event, we all get together, usually a week or two afterwards, the same people in the same room, to talk about it. How did it go? What went well? What didn't go well? What could we change for the future to make it an even more successful event for us who's putting it on, and for those who are coming to enjoy the event? So we call that an after action. We take down all those notes, and then if we have this event again in the future, we can pull up those notes to make it even better the next time we do it.
The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is celebrating the week of April 17th through April 21st in the lead up to Earth Day. The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board's mission is to empower individuals in Duncanville through education to take responsibility for enhancing their community. As we head into Earth Day, this April 22nd, we would like to share a quick and easy tip to help our environment. Get involved in environmental work within your community. The City of Duncanville and the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board often offer opportunities for volunteers to get involved cleaning up parks, making Duncanville neighborhoods beautiful, and other efforts to make our communities greener. While Earth Day may only come once a year, Keep Duncanville Beautiful hosts many community events throughout the year to show our commitment to our community and the earth daily. Make sure you follow Keep Duncanville Beautiful on Facebook and visit www.duncanvilletexas.gov for more information to stay up to date with our latest events.
The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is celebrating the week of April 17th through April 21st in the lead up to Earth Day. The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board's mission is to empower individuals in Duncanville through education to take responsibility for enhancing their community. As we head into Earth Day, this April 22nd, we would like to share a quick and easy tip to help our environment. Pick up 5 pieces of litter. You may have heard about the swirls of plastic in our oceans. One simple way to help reduce litter making into our waterways is to pick up 5 pieces of litter on your next walk. Litter cleanup doesn't have to be a big event. If that seems like a drop in the bucket, just reference the following. No act is too little. Eventually, it will add up to a big impact. While Earth Day may only come once a year, Keep Duncanville Beautiful hosts many community events throughout the year to show our commitment to the earth daily. Make sure you follow the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board on Facebook and visit www.duncanvilletexas.gov for more information to stay up to date on our latest events.
The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is celebrating the week of April 17th through April 21st in the lead up to Earth Day. Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board's mission is to empower individuals in Duncanville through education to take responsibility for enhancing their community. As we head into Earth Day this April 22nd, we would like to share a quick and easy tip to help our environment. Recycle your electronics, your old, unused, or broken computers, tablets, phones, and other electronics can often be recycled for free by stores, manufacturers, and your local government. This saves natural resources while also reducing pollution. While Earth Day may only come once a year, Keep Duncanville Beautiful hosts many community events throughout the year as a commitment to our community and the earth. Make sure you follow Keep Duncanville Beautiful on Facebook and visit www.duncanvilletx.gov for more information and to stay up to date with our latest events.
The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is celebrating the week of April 17th through April 21st in the lead up to Earth Day. The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board's mission is to empower individuals in Duncanville through education to take responsibility for enhancing their community. As we head into Earth Day this April 22nd, we would like to share a quick and easy tip to help our environment. Use a reusable water bottle or coffee mug. Every hour, 2.5 million plastic bottles are thrown out. Each year, about 50 million disposable coffee cups end up in landfills. That's a staggering amount of waste. Be kinder to the planet today by using a reusable water bottle for coffee mug. While Earth Day may only come once a year, Keep Duncanville Beautiful hosts many community events throughout the year to show our commitment to our community and the Earth daily. Make sure you follow Keep Duncanville Beautiful on Facebook and visit www.duncanvilletex.gov for more information to stay up to date with our latest events.
The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is celebrating the week of April 17th through April 21st and the lead up to Earth Day. The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board's mission is to empower individuals in Duncanville through education to take responsibility for enhancing their community. As we head into Earth Day this April 22nd, we would like to share a few quick and easy tips to help our environment. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm on the way. Yeah, I should be there shortly. But you know what? I think I'm gonna just walk. Give me about 15 minutes, all right? I'll see you in a minute. Give your car a break. Whether you're commuting to work or running errands, you just might be able to leave your car at home, even for a few times a week, walk, ride a bike, carpool, or take public transportation. You'll save money, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and get more exercise. While Earth Day may only come once a year, Keep Duncanville Beautiful hosts many community events throughout the year to show our commitment to our community and the Earth daily. Make sure you follow Keep Duncanville Beautiful on Facebook and visit www.duncanvilletx.gov for more information to stay up to date with our latest events.
Now, therefore, Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, Texas, does hereby proclaim April the 27th, 2023 as Earth Day in Duncanville, and encourages all business, institutions, and individuals to celebrate the Earth through one's own action and in the support of the city's ongoing sustainability initiatives.
Join the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board in celebrating Earth Day by following these 5 tips.
Recycle your electronics, your old, unused, or broken computers, tablets, phones, and other electronics can often be recycled for free by stores, manufacturers, and your local government. This saves natural resources while also reducing pollution.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm on the way. Yeah, I should be there shortly. But you know what? I think I'm gonna just walk. Give me about 15 minutes, all right? I'll see you in a minute. Give your car a break. Whether you're commuting to work or running errands, you just might be able to leave your car at home, even for a few times a week, walk, ride a bike, carpool, or take public transportation. You'll save money, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and get more exercise.
Pick up 5 pieces of litter. You may have heard about the swirls of plastic in our oceans. One simple way to help reduce litter, make it into our waterways, is to pick up 5 pieces of litter on your next walk. Litter cleanup doesn't have to be a big event. If that seems like a drop in the bucket, just reference the following. No act is too little. Eventually, it will add up to a big impact.
Use a reusable water bottle or coffee mug. Every hour, 2.5 million plastic bottles are thrown out. Each year, about 50 million disposable coffee cups end up in landfills. That's a staggering amount of waste. Be kinder to the planet today by using a reusable water bottle for coffee mug.
Get involved in environmental work within your community. The City of Duncanville and the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board often offer opportunities for volunteers to get involved cleaning up parks, making Duncanville neighborhoods beautiful, and other efforts to make our communities greener. Happy Earth Day from the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board.
Hi, I'm Officer Arias, the Crime Prevention Officer here at Duncanville Police Department.
I'm Micah Shaw with the Duncanville Fire Department.
With the growth of social media and the heavy use of smartphones, a dangerous new drug threat has emerged.
That's right, Michelle. Criminal drug networks are using social media to expand their market and reach new clientele. This is now known as a one-stop shop. Drug traffickers have turned smartphones into a one-stop shop to market, sell, buy, and deliver deadly fake prescription pills and other dangerous drugs in just 3 steps.
It starts off with drug traffickers advertising on social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, and TikTok.
Most of these advertisements are done in 24-hour stories that are disappearing or are posted and later removed.
Posts and stories are often accompanied by known code emojis and sometimes even words. They then move from the social media post to encrypted messaging using apps such as WhatsApp, Signal, and Telegram.
Drug traffickers typically switch to these encrypted apps to arrange drug deals with prospective buyers.
After a sale is made, drug traffickers request payment using one-click apps such as Venmo, Zelle, Cash App, or even in person.
These drug transactions could cost as little as $10. As a reminder, social media drug trafficking impacts all age groups.
However, young adults are particularly vulnerable given their high social media usage.
Remember to stay vigilant and aware of the drug trafficking threats on smartphone apps and social media sites.
Know the dangers of counterfeit pills, their accessibility, availability, and increasing lethality.
When a family member is having an overdose, contact 911 as soon as possible. Both Duncanville Fire and Police carry Narcan and have it readily available if necessary.
In a separate video, to better inform our Duncanville parents and community, we will decode the commonly used emoji codes.
The National Weather Service just issued a tornado warning. We've got to go shelter in place. When sheltering in place, whether at home, at work, or in public, you always want to shelter inside, never shelter outdoors. When sheltering in place, there might be an area with a sign that says shelter, that this area is safe for you to shelter tornado. Shelter in a room that is most interior to the building, meaning that there are no windows in the room and none of the walls touch the outside. Once you're in this room, you want to stay here until the tornado threat has passed completely. In order to be extra safe once in your shelter room, the best thing to do is to get low to the ground. So crouch down on the floor. If you're in the bathroom, the best thing to do is get in the bathtub. Once you're crouched down on the floor, you want to be sure to protect your head. So cover it with your arms. If you brought a pillow with you, if you brought a helmet with you, keep your head protected. You also want to have your cell phone with you so that you can keep track on the radar or through emergency alert so that you're sure once the threat has passed. Today we're going to talk about how you can prepare for disasters before they strike. The first step is to get your family or your household together and talk about emergency planning. The first step there is to identify all the hazards that we face living here in North Texas. And it's no surprise to anyone that the list is very long. So identify those hazards and talk about how you would respond to all of those. The next thing you want to do is create a family or household communications list. Doesn't have to be a long list. The best thing to do is actually write it on a smaller piece of paper so that once you write down all the contacts you need, you can fold it up and put it in your wallet, in your backpack, or even keep a copy in your car. It's really important to include all the contact numbers, meaning cell phones for everyone in your household, but also numbers like your insurance companies, so that if you cannot use your cell phone for whatever reason after an emergency, you have all those important numbers already written down. The third thing you want to do with your family before a disaster is to build a family emergency kit. This is the kit that you would take to your shelter location in case you're there for a long period of time, or if you had to leave your house in the middle of the night during a disaster. You want stuff in here that will sustain you and your family. So important things that you should put in your kit: water bottles and snacks like granola bars, a change of clothing for each person in the household if you have room in your kit, some cash in case you need to use it later, that contact communications list that you put together, keep a copy in there, any important documents that your family needs, copies of insurance, information for your house, for your car, pets, any of that that you want with you, make a copy, put it in your kit. Chargers for cell phones. I need glasses, so I keep an extra pair of glasses in my kit as well. If you have pets, also remember that you need to make a kit for your pet to include food, water, copies of their vaccination records, maybe even a toy, so that when you leave with your pet during an emergency, you have stuff for them too. North Texas is the most disaster-prone area in the United States, and I don't say that to scare you, but I say that to say that you need to prepare before disaster strikes. So follow all the steps we talked about today, and you'll be more prepared for the next one.
We have collaborated with the Duncanville Independent School District. We are going to have a parade for the Duncanville football team taking their state championship.
We're currently planning the Duncanville ISD Championship Parade. So the Duncanville High School football team won the state championship, which is amazing.
Starting at 7 p.m. on Freeman and Wheatland, and then a small ceremony right after in Armstrong Park.
My name is Lauren Sanchez. I'm the Regional Emergency Management Operations Coordinator for the cities of Cedar Hill, Duncanville, DeSoto, and Lancaster. And I have been in this role actually 2 years last week.
My name is Noel Garcia, and I'm the superintendent of both the Senior and Recreation Center here in the city of Duncanville. I've been with the city for, come April, will be 5 years. First, it's someone coming to me with an idea, or being the superintendent in charge of special events, picking a day on the calendar, a time, the venue, the location where it's going to be. At that point, we start looking at marketing, advertising pieces that will be used.
Successful parade usually starts a month and a half, 2 months before the actual event, so we can get everybody together to plan. And when I say 2 months, we typically already have a roadmap of exactly what that parade's gonna look like. For example, when we planned this parade for the Duncanville ISD Championship, we're using the same route that the city used for our Christmas parade.
We look at the different departments that are going to participate as well, especially with the parade.
That includes
the police department,
fire,
streets,
public works, our communications team, and others. We also, in this case, invite the ISD, so they would send their police chief, their communications team, some others on their staff who are help coordinating the actual event.
We pick a day on the calendar to meet to talk about the logistics of how we're going to make this happen. So whether it's street closures, whether we're going to have food vendors, retail vendors, entertainment, we look at security.
To plan for a parade, we start ahead of time. So we'll say for this event, we met a month before. So as soon as we found out that Duncanville ISD won the championship, we got a meeting together when we found out that the city and the ISD were going to partner to celebrate with a parade and ceremony. So coming to the first meeting, we already have exactly what street closures we need, the route, where people are going to watch, where they're going to go to after. So it helps speed up that process. So that still takes about a month to do. I coordinate the planning itself, so I schedule the meetings where everybody gets together to discuss and plan the event. We get everybody in a room, which is actually the room that we're sitting in here. So we all get together and we look through everything, the map of the parade, the exact ceremony, what's going to happen, how much staffing do we need, where are the barricades going to go, do we have enough barricades. We make sure we order lighting, everything that we need to make it safe. So we have all of those meetings in person. After the first meeting, in this case about a month, 3 weeks before the actual event, everybody goes back, works on all of that, and then we meet again. So we met, now it'd been 2 weeks before the event, to make sure everybody's on the same page. Is there anything we're missing? Go through everything one more time. And then we lead up to the actual event. So at the event, all those people who are involved in the planning meetings are at the event. They're assigned a certain role. So everybody works the event. Whether you're coordinating the parade, the ceremony, the safety, the command center, the communications, you're coordinating whatever your role is at the event. We have an amazing event. And then after the event, we all get together, usually a week or two afterwards, the same people in the same room to talk about it. How did it go? What went well? What didn't go well? What could we change for the future to make it an even more successful event for us who's putting it on and for those who are coming to enjoy the event? So we call that an after action. We take down all those notes, and then if we have this event again in the future, we can pull up those notes to make it even better the next time we do it.
right, final consent item is item 4E. Consider a resolution authorizing a one-time procurement of building inspection services for Bureau Veritas. The unit amount with an estimated annual expenditure amount of $70,000. And Planning and Neighborhood Services continues to work with Bureau Veritas on conducting inspections. And due to an unexpected increase, staff is requested to raise this expenditure amount. And so Mr. Tennant is here to answer any questions that you have.
So, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Contreras.
Just to be clear on this, this looks like we're asking for $70,000, but in fact, we're only asking for additional $20,000 on top of the
Yes, sir.
almost $50,000 that we currently have in budget, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's kind of awkwardly worded here because for somebody that didn't know this, they'd look at this and think we're asking for $70,000 here. But it's actually $20,000. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one question, Mr. Tennant, how much do we actually employ these people to do some of our building inspections versus using organic?
Yeah, so on an as-needed basis, we've been about a building inspector over the last year, which is why we've used their services more than we would commonly have. But we have a building inspector on board right now, so he will be basically utilizing those services much more. If you want it percentage-wise, probably about no more than 10% normally.
So the billing out of this is gonna be as needed, we're not funding this up front.
As needed, yes, sir.
As needed, okay. So we're justifying in the budget this additional dollar amount, but it's only expensed and used as needed.
Yes, and to clarify that, because we have a limit of 50,000 for the year that council has granted us to, we're looking for the additional 20,000, as Councilor Contreras has mentioned, so that way we can compensate that.
Got it, okay. All right, thank you. Any questions on consent? All right, seeing none. Going to the city council calendar, interim city secretary down.
All right, on this Thursday, we have the pre-budget workshop that starts at 6 p.m. City council, if you can get here at 5:30, we will have dinner for y'all. Saturday at 9 a.m. we have the special call meeting for the city manager search firm, which is executive session. I had to get in contact back with our photographer because some of the dates were not working for y'all that I previously provided y'all for the pictures. Are you available on June 13th at 6 p.m. or June 20th before the council meeting and we get here at 5 p.m.?
June 13th.
Both are Tuesdays. Days no? Okay.
13th is good with me, so not the 20th.
Looks like I'll look into July and then get back with y'all with some new dates, okay?
Yeah, a little mature or something.
Get a little wiser.
A little more gray hair.
We have on the 14th, to RSVP to the Juneteenth celebration, which we will have your packets here soon. The 17th is the Juneteenth celebration. The 21st is the Juneteenth that Cedar Hill is hosting. I sent y'all invitations on that. Let's see, we've got July. We are canceled on July 4th for the city council meeting. And then the rest of the dates are just the parks and recreations events that are going on this summer. In August, it looks like we have a town hall meeting on August 10th for the city manager's budget. And then the 24th will be the public hearing on the tax rate, and the 29th we will adopt the budget.
29.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So essentially, we have 3 city council meetings in August.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, usually, I'm going to say this again because I'm going to keep beating this bush, is that on third Tuesdays or something like that, yes, I want us to use that for some community engagement or something else along that line, and so joint meetings, whatever, that we do need to move forward.
I just realized I did not get with Ms. Karen, but the July 24th, 25th, and 26th is the last week of July is when we do the board and commission interviews. So I'm just putting that out there. If we need to change the date, please let me know. That way I can update our advertisement information. It's usually the Monday and Tuesday and not the Wednesday. It just depends on the amount of applications we receive if we have to do a third day.
Please have that 24, 25, 26 July.
Yes.
All right.
So in case we like this, what Don just said, is we could at some point look at the fifth Tuesday for possible work session as needed.
Absolutely, yes, sir. That's the council desire, we have.
There's also, but there's October 31st as well. November 30th, or I'm sorry, never mind, no, November 1st.
And I believe we usually cancel that first meeting in October anyway because of NLC and National Night Out, just FYI.
Emails in Dallas this year.
Oh, okay.
And what?
It's in Dallas this year, CML.
Okay. All right, moving on to item number 3, briefings and presentations, and a little bit of housekeeping we need to do here. Our fire marshal present, Fire Marshal Blanchard, has an important inspection that he needs to get done, as I understand it. So we need to move item D to the first, if we can, and so he can make it to where he needs to be. So everybody's through with that. All right, so we're going to go to 3D, discussion to consider amending ordinance number 2299 by amending Chapter 5, Section 527, Building and General Building Regulations, and Chapter 9, Section 951, Fire Prevention, Protection, and Enforcement regarding automatic sprinkler system, replacing it with the language provided by the city attorney. Both being presented to us by Mr. Garcia, Director of Development Services. Now, as I understand it, talking with the city manager, just so we all understand, we're going to be briefed on this. We're going to discuss it. Excuse me. If the council feels comfortable with the changes that we're going to be briefed upon, the council can move this item to something for individual consideration for tonight and adopting these changes tonight rather than moving it to another city. We can.
No, you don't have an ordinance. You need an ordinance.
We have these documents prepared by you.
That's the old ordinance. I don't want to rewrite an ordinance during the middle of the meeting. I'm not going to write an ordinance.
So the amendments in here are old ordinance amendments.
Yeah, it's the old ordinance. It's 2298.
And 2297.
Those are 1922, 98, 97. They're signed.
All right, so what we're going to be hearing tonight is.
So these are the proposed changes that we want to make, because we didn't want to write an ordinance that you weren't going to approve. So we're going to talk about what the changes that they're maybe recommending to accommodate some of our older buildings without doing this presentation for him. You're going to discuss it, and if you're comfortable with what that man is going to suggest to you, the fire marshal, then I'll write it up and we'll put it on the agenda for next month.
My correction is my understanding that what we had in front of us were those changes that are going to be discussed. That is not the case.
That is not.
Got it, okay, thank you very much. All right. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Augustine Garcia, Development Services, and good evening, everybody. We were asked to present this before you. This is not coming from the EDC or Development Services. We were asked to provide this information to you as a body, and that's what we're doing here today. So we're going to be going over ordinance 2297 and 2298, Chapter 5, Section 527, and Chapter 9, Section 951, respectively. Consideration is staff is seeking guidance from council with help from legal and the city fire marshal as it relates to a policy amendment to determine if alternate methods of fire maintenance can be adopted or considered that will ease the burden of existing property owners as well as ensure the life, safety, and welfare of the businesses and consumers within these properties. The issue at hand is currently, as all of you are aware, we have older existing shorefronts that have difficulty attaining new certificates of occupancy, COs, After remodeling due to the fire sprinkler ordinance 2297 and 2298 that was adopted by the City Council on March 7th of 2017. The Wheatland Plaza is an example of a property affected by the existing ordinances on the western building, which are currently not sprinkled. There are numerous others throughout the city, as you are obviously aware of. This is an example of the ordinance that was adopted, and this is the current ordinance, as you can see from the ordinance that's found on our website, provided a link as well. New buildings over 6,000 square feet and existing buildings over 10,000 square feet would require a sprinkler system to be installed. Shall require is the key word. So right now, if a developer were to build a new building that's over 6,000 square feet, it requires sprinkler. If we're remodeling an existing building over 10,000 square feet, it requires a sprinkler based on the ordinance that was passed in March 7th of 2017. Now, the recommendation that came from the COG, which makes recommendations based on the existing International Fire Code, is this, and it's based on the 2015 International Fire Code. As you can see from the illustration, there was an explanation of options A and B. This comes directly from the COG. As you can see, please note that there is a wide range of firefighting philosophies, capabilities of cities across the region. Options A and B are provided in the fire and building code amendments that are recommended by the COG. Jurisdictions should choose one of these based on their firefighting philosophies, capabilities when adopting code amendments. This is the recommended amendment based on our code, and it says here, buildings over 6,000 square feet, automatic sprinkler system shall be installed throughout all buildings with a building area of 6,000 square feet or greater, and existing buildings that are enlarged to be 6,000 square feet or greater. For the purpose of this provision, firewall shall not define separate buildings. And there's an exception here for parking garages. This was the recommendation by the COG to the city and the one that they adopted. Now, you'll note it says existing buildings 6,000 square feet or greater was the recommendation. The International Fire Code, which is a separate code, and the fire marshal can talk more on this. This is just an example. Now, this is not the end-all and be-all of the panacea for it, but it's one of the examples. So they're identified in different types of uses. In this particular instance, M, and this is the code, and that means mercantile use. An automatic sprinkler system shall be provided throughout the building containing a group M occupancy where one of the following condition exists. The one to point your attention to is a group M fire area exceeds 12,000 square feet. All these other really aren't relevant to the conversation, I don't think. But it basically is saying that if it's over 12,000 square feet, International Fire Code says it should be sprinkled. Now ours isn't 12,000 square feet. This is the adopt.
Is not, you said.
It's not. It's 10,000 square feet on existing buildings. So this was the amendments to 2015 International Building and Fire Code that we adopted. 2297 was based on the building. There was two. There was a building code and there was a fire code amongst others. 2299 was one of them. This was 2298, which addressed the fire code. And you can see new buildings over 6,000 square feet and fire buildings over 10,000 square feet. This was the actual ordinance that was adopted and approved back in 2017 of March 7th to be exact. This is the minutes from the meeting. As you can see, it was voted on 6-0. You got building code, fire code, residential code, which is 2299, and several other codes. And of course, these are the minutes that happened on that same date. And that's what was adopted. This was the building as I went over. So you see building adopted 6,000 and 6,000, which is what the COG recommended. And fire adopted 6,000 and 10,000, or 6,000 square feet for existing building and 10,000 square foot for existing buildings, sorry, new buildings and existing buildings. Now, note that they said 10,000, not 12,000, so it was a little bit stricter than the 12,000 square foot that you saw in the International Fire Code on existing buildings. So this was the current ordinance, which I read to you a little bit earlier. You can see new buildings over 6,000 square feet and existing buildings over 10,000 square feet. This is our existing fire code. And that's really the issues. Shall provide sprinkler systems and firewalls shall not define separate buildings. So what we're bringing to you today after we had several discussions and several meetings with several departments was considerations. Not recommendations, because that's not what we do. That's something that the fire marshal would do, or the fire chief, or obviously policy. It's above our pay grade, as they say. Amend the language to grandfather buildings whose use remain consistent with use allowed and legal, prior to the adoption of the 2015 International Fire Code on February 21, 2017, where the use does not pose any additional fire safety hazard as determined by the fire marshal. Provide alternate fire suppression methods that meet the health and safety requirements set forth by the International Fire Code. and allow consideration for firewalls as a solution to reduce the square footage of the building footprint to accommodate existing buildings under 6,000 square feet. This is a site example, and we're using Wheatland Plaza as an example. As you know, it's an older building. It's being remodeled. It's above the 6,000 or the 10,000 threshold on existing buildings. This is a site plan again. As you can see, the areas that are not sprinkled are the ones in pink. The ones that are in gray. The area that we're having an issue with on a remodel are the ones in pink. Currently, those aren't sprinkled. And that's something that has kind of prompted this whole conversation, if you will. But this, as I mentioned, there are other buildings within the city that suffer from this exact same issue. And this is the current site plan. As you can see, there's multiple buildings, multiple spaces. Now, I will note that many of these spaces, some of them all are in operation right now, which poses a problem. Some of them aren't. Some of them are over 6,000. Some of them are not over 6,000. And those are all the questions. I mean, those, sorry, any question, that's all I have.
So, understanding that the primacy issue here, the prime issue here is the safety and health of our residents and our businesses. Tangential to that primacy is the friendliness of our city to have businesses operate, which we are having a difficulty with. And that's why we're looking at this tonight. In terms of some consideration for changes to be made so that we can allow our businesses to get under operation quicker, but still receive a certificate of occupancy in accordance with the fire and safety interpretations and feelings of our fire marshal. Looking at that and understanding it, putting it all together, I want to make sure, Mr. Garcia, that I'm only going to speak for myself. I can't speak for any other council member. What I am hoping to see is the changes that have been recommended here are going to allow our fire marshal to have some liberty, some flexibility, and allowing those businesses today that cannot operate because of the way it's written today, that tomorrow they will be able to operate based on the considerations that you laid out for us tonight. Where are you? There you go. Sorry. Is that somewhat essentially accurate in terms of my understanding of what's being presented to us tonight?
We were asked to provide some considerations. Obviously, we conferred with multiple people. We talked to legal, we talked to fire department, we talked to development services, building code, things that, pretty much anybody that would be involved in these discussions. And those are the three considerations we came up with that could potentially be, discussed.
So I need an answer.
Well, that would really be up to the fire marshal. One thing we did put in there is we were seeking guidance from council, legal, and fire marshal, so I wouldn't.
Well, let me rephrase the question. Let me restate the question. Based on the considerations that you have provided to council tonight on this presentation, if the fire marshal agrees to these considerations, if we as a council agree to these considerations, would it then enable certificates of occupancy to be issued quicker and with less encumbrance?
Again, if it was legal and there was support by all the parties involved, yes, it would.
Okay. All right, good. There's the answer. Mr. Coons.
So you said y'all were asked to make a recommendation. Is by somebody on the council?
Considerations.
Consideration.
By administration.
Okay, not by somebody on this council.
No.
And then, my other question was, can we hear from fire marshal?
Yes, we can. I saw some hands on the council. Let's go. Yes.
Mayor, why don't you frame the issue by putting up the three considerations? That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
So you know what you're talking about.
There they are.
Very good. Thank you.
Mayor and council, let me add that I had this item placed on the agenda for a number of reasons. As you know, we've had a number of businesses probably contact you complaining that they were not able to get a CO. And the reason they were not able to get a CO is because our fire marshal does not feel comfortable issuing a CO based on the wording of the current fire code. And so here we are asking for council to consider these things, and Mr. Hager may want to jump in here, but we're really at a dilemma because our fire marshal, his interpretation of the code prohibits him from proceeding forward and issuing a CO.
So just, obviously my former job, the first one up there, the grandfather, we've got to have that because we've got a lot of buildings that are gonna have to be redone as, you know, Leland Plaza. I mean, we're just shooting ourselves in the foot if we don't recommend, or I recommend that. The last one, the firewall. Firewalls, a true firewall is gonna go from the ground through the roof. And it is, whether anybody shows up or not, that fire's gonna stop right there. So we should honestly, truly consider that as a recommendation. And then I'd like to hear from the fire marshal about the alternative fire suppression methods that meet that. Y'all have something in place for that?
Well, what I'd like, because there may be several questions that Fire Marshal Blanchard could answer in one. So any other questions that you want to pose so that Fire Marshal Blanchard can answer in one particular piece?
Well, I guess, are all these legal? Keep saying that.
The answer to that is yes.
Yes.
That's a positive.
Assuming that the fire suppression methods that are recommended are available and he's comfortable with them, and we ought to delineate what they are in the ordinance.
Good.
I have a question, and excuse me for being naive, but what is the possible risk to life, health, and safety if we should amend anything within the code currently? So.
That would be a question for our fire marshal too.
Well, yeah, I don't think we have any legal one.
But will it
If you
pose a
change
threat
the
to
rule.
safety if we should say a smaller room or whatever doesn't require a sprinkler system? A firewall would be enough to protect.
Not a fire expert.
Yeah, okay. Fire Marshal Blanchard, you've heard some questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Contreras, yes.
Not so much as it pertains to other existing buildings, but in this particular situation at Wheatland Plaza, my question would be, I assume there's permits in place for those buildings right now?
Some permits have been given
So,
by the previous fire marshal. As I understand, is that correct?
So the building official.
By the building official.
okay, so permits have been issued, and now it's coming into question as to whether or not the new fire marshal has questions about whether or not code was met in the issuance of those permits.
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that they were issued as legitimate by the previous fire marshal. Now they're under question by the current one.
As your lawyer, I would ask you not to discuss a permit that may be pending and what the legal ramifications or effect of those permits are. It's inappropriate. We need to have an executive session, we can have it.
Okay. So, Fire Marshal Blanchard.
May I first?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Chief Wright.
I'll let y'all know I'm against all this. Been the fire chief for 10 years. I support the 2015 International Fire Code as it's written. That fire code goes through a lot of critique. It goes through a lot of research. It goes through a lot of data research about the 16 counties that are associated with the International Fire Code in Lecoq. They invented all these amendments, so they know what applies to the surrounding 16 counties and the cities. Our following cities around us, they all are on different forms of this code. Some of them are on the 2018, some of them are on the 2021, some of them are on the 2015. Like us, we're only on 2015. So we're behind on the updates on this fire code. There are a lot of things that this code is complicated. And you have to have a very clear understanding that you can read something in one place and you can go to another place and it may conflict or it may be more strict or whatever over here. Let's give you an example on that last one up there, the 6,000 square feet. Basically, we already have that. You can go in there and put a firewall up on any building that's less than 6,000 square feet. I think the question is when we go above the 10,000 square feet where the issue is. In my experience of a lot of buildings that I've been into, doing building inspections in the past, investigating fires, looking at all these buildings, how they're built, I have seen very few firewalls that are built correctly. I've seen a lot of these firewalls where the owners or the occupants will go in there into a firewall and actually cut a window into that firewall so that they can have contact with their office area versus the warehouse area. That is no longer a firewall. I've been into buildings, some of these big buildings up north, where they have firewalls in there, and they'll go in there and they prop those doors open so that they can't close. If you prop that door open, it no longer is a firewall. If you go in there and you look at some of those firewalls and see if they go all the way to the roof, a lot of them do not. They go to a certain spot and stop. So there's a room over the top. So what happens in a fire is if you have any type of ventilation and the fire gets up into that space, it's going to travel over the top of that firewall because there's an opening there. I've also seen where people come in there and they'll want to put in air conditioning ducts to ventilate another section of the building, or they're putting conduit, electrical conduit, whatever, through these firewalls. They take hammers, saws, whatever, and they bust these openings open, and then they fail to go in there and seal it. That is no longer a firewall. Same thing, if there's a vent, and you have a ventilation in there, you open up this one side, it's just gonna suck that fire right through those holes. So therefore, you have no firewall. So I'm concerned about some of these things. The second one, you go in there and you talk about alternative fire suppression methods. I don't know if anybody understands what we're talking about there. They're talking about CO2 extinguishing systems. I don't know if anybody's familiar with CO2. Halon, the old halon systems. Now they're a number because the halon was destroying the atmosphere. But how those things act, they go into that room or that area, they suck all the oxygen out of it. Okay, so if you're in that building, if you don't get out in a certain amount of time period, you're going to die from suffocation. So I'm against these. I like the way the code's written now. It's sort of acceptable to Duncanville, from the 12,000 to the 10,000. I think it works good for us. It has over the years, and I'm not happy with all this stuff, but it's y'all's code. Y'all the ones that are going to vote on it and approve it or whatever when we bring it back in the next session. Just understanding that you got some problems with this, especially with firewalls, because I haven't seen too many firewalls that are built correctly. A firewall is supposed to be built to withstand a fire, and if it collapses on one side, that wall should still be standing up. Some of the firewalls I've seen, they're made out of 2x4s, and they put sheetrock on them, double layers of sheetrock on them. That is not going to withstand a building collapse. So there's a lot to understand about this. This is complicated. You have to understand what's going on. I'm sure Councilman Veracruz has seen some of these things fail. So if you go in there with a false sense of security, that, oh, this thing's going to work, you're under false security.
Well, you mentioned the 2021 code is in effect somewhere, some places. Does it apply to give any better opportunity to the fire marshal and to you as a fire chief in terms of what we can do for COs? If we would adopt the 2021 instead of 2017 and amending everything.
My is it gets more restrictive. Councilman,
2021 is more restrictive.
They're more restrictive.
Every time it's more restrictive. So when we were to go up to the 21 code, the 24 code is fixing to be out June. So then we'll be another code behind. These fire codes, we've been commissioned to go in there in the fire department and become best practices. And I cannot take the fire department best practices because we're too far behind on the fire codes. So that has to be updated. Whether we want to get more restrictive or not, as the council, that's y'all's decision. Y'all decided on the 25th, well, y'all did, but the council decided on the 2015, so the decision needs to be made on whether we go up, go more restrictive. But I reiterate, I'm not happy with this, but I'm going to follow whatever the council tells me I need to go. I'm just glad I have Councilman Barry Cruz has seen what I've seen on some of these options that y'all have up here. So I'm just not happy with it.
Chief, I've got a question. Who does the inspections of firewalls?
That's the building official.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I hear that, but it's kind of like, okay. And I guess, Mr. City Attorney, we probably need to have an executive session. Yeah. So.
Oh, that's good.
How old is Wheatland Plaza? When was it built? Do we know?
72.
And things have changed since 72.
We weren't even, the International Fire Code didn't even exist back then.
Southern Fire Code back then.
Yeah.
Probably third edition or second.
I think the International Fire Code didn't come out in 1997, 98. Yeah.
Fire Marshal Blanchard, do you have anything to add? I'll say one thing, I've just been educated to a great extent by Councilmember Barry Cruz just about firewall. I didn't read that anywhere, didn't understand, but that is acceptable. I guess it's the standard, the firewall has to go all the way through the ceiling. That I did not know, so. Yeah, Fire Marshal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to apologize for my attire. We have a working structure fire in our city right now, and we'll be going to investigate that fire after this session. So that's why I'm still in my work uniform. We have first learned about this after 5 p.m. The Friday before Memorial Day weekend. So I didn't actually put eyes on this until the following Tuesday when we came back to work. As Chief Rhodey said, it's a complicated situation. There isn't a simple answer to give. The fire code also lives in the building code, and some of the responsibilities like inspections of firewalls are the building official's responsibility, but then the fire code puts it in my court as the enforcement of said firewall. I think part of the language when we're talking about legalese, a firewall is a very specific thing. According to the fire and building code, a firewall can withstand fire damage and a collapse of a building on one side or the other, and it remains. It goes from the floor all the way to the ceiling or through the ceiling, and it's made of concrete or some similar type of material that won't break down under fire conditions. What I think the code they're looking at, they're actually looking towards fire barriers or fire partitions. Now those are when you take drywall, and drywall is used as a means to delay the spread of fire and smoke through a wall, and depending on the grade of the drywall is how long it will last under fire conditions. When you apply water to drywall, it becomes almost a paste and it breaks down. So when we're talking a true firewall, putting up 2 sheets or 4 sheets of FireX rated drywall is not going to satisfy the requirement. So when we're talking about a structural firewall, we're talking about having to do major renovations on the building to assure this firewall goes from floor to ceiling and that it meets the code. So they'll have to separate the building, build the wall, and then reconnect it. So as we talked about, so I'll limit my comments to these 3 considerations because like I said, it's a very complicated situation. The first one is to grandfather the buildings that remain constant. So there's 2 triggers in the fire marshal realm on when a building needs to have sprinklers added. The first trigger is when you renovate a building over 10,000 square feet, more than 50%, which in the example of Wheatland Plaza is happening. The second instance is when you change the use of a building, which also in the example has happened when ordinance 2461, which is adopted by the council on December 6th, it changed the use of Wheatland Plaza to allow much more than just retail to come in. It now allows residential, educational, institutional, retail, public and special uses such as a nightclub, and recreational. So it complicates the situation even more, because if we're going to apply the fire code and say, okay, everything in this building is retail, then I have one code to look at and say, okay, retail is, I'm just going to throw a number out there, 12,000 square feet before it triggers fire sprinklers. If a retail store that comes in and wants to sell furniture, that drops that 12,000 square feet down to 5,000 square feet. If they want to manufacture furniture, it drops it from 5,000 square feet to 2,000 square feet, or 2,500 square feet. And those are the numbers, 5,000 and 2,500. So there's a whole table that gives you a broad stroke before you have to do a deep dive in the code to identify what kind of business it is and what kind of protection it requires. When I was doing my due diligence for this, I reached out to the former building official and the former fire marshal when this current ordinance was enacted. As Mr. Garcia and the fire chief, Rhodey, said that originally the fire code said it was 12,000 square feet. Now the COG looks at, what's happened in the fire world, and if there's been loss of life, which is usually what changes the fire code, is so the COG, representing 16 different cities and 5 counties, comes up and says, okay, we're going to change this from 12,000, well, 5 counties. It's got Tarrant, Dallas, Rockwall, Collin, and a few others.
So the COG for, I participate in 16 counties, but it's a different configuration of counties for the COG for what
No,
you
sir.
said, Dealing?
No, it's the same COG.
16 counties.
16 counties. My mistake.
Okay.
So they look at the fire code, and when they come up with the amendments, they look at the area and they look at the new fire codes. For example, things that happen up in the north when it relates to snow, we don't experience a whole lot of snow down here. So they may remove some of the features in the fire code that relate to snow. What happened with this amendment, the building official and the fire marshal said, wow, 6,000 is pretty restrictive. Let's bump it up to 10,000. So they actually looked at the amendment, said, yeah, that doesn't quite work for us. We're going to bump it up to 10,000 square feet. Once again, talking about Wheatland Plaza project, this ordinance has been in place for almost 6 years. And when doing their due diligence, it should have been up front that it was a requirement, because they were going to be renovating the whole building.
We're gonna have we're not gonna talk about anybody's permit. We're talking about this.
Yes, sir.
Not anybody in specific.
Yes, sir. So to the second point, are there any questions on the first point before I go to the second point? Okay. So the second point, to provide alternate fire methods, as Chief Rhodey indicated, Section 9 of the International Fire Code is where they talk about alternative methods, and it's related to hazardous materials or certain rooms such as IT server rooms where applying water would destroy the machinery or cause a loss of life because it's removing the oxygen out of the room rather than spraying with water. It also says it would not be considered an acceptable alternative for the purposes of exceptions to use an alternative like carbon dioxide system to replace a wet pipe sprinkler system. And that's section 903.1.1 of the International Fire Code. Any questions on that before I go into the third point?
Let me just stop you right here. I think Councilmember McBurnett mentioned a few moments ago we need an executive session on this. And I think we've heard enough from both you and Chief Brody seeing this. There is some information that we need to participate in the executive session. So it would be my recommendation that we cease this particular discussion and go into executive session later on tonight on this particular topic. Yes, Mr. Jones.
Before we move on, can I ask one
Sure.
quick question?
Sure.
Going back to the economic development part of it. So how often are we, I know they mentioned there are other buildings, so how often are we denying businesses, COs, because of this issue? Is it fairly frequently?
They occur once every 2 months, once every 3 months. That answers your question.
Where businesses denied a certificate of occupancy because
Yeah, but
sprinkler system.
all right, we're adjusting and modifying some of our policies back in 2021 to address some of this issue, some of these issues. And right now, what we've been doing is offering incentives to renovate or retrofit the buildings. That's what we've been doing.
Mr. Contreras.
Quick question. Back in January, we were discussing this issue to some degree at a council meeting. And at that time, I inquired, I think it was when we were doing the A1 furniture sprinkler grant. And I inquired at that time as to how many buildings we have in our city that because of their size, their square footage, could be affected by this issue that we're talking about here today. I was told I'd get it by the end of February. I think I never got it. But I think that that's a valuable tool for us to recognize not only how often does it happen, but what's the potential as ownerships change and uses change relative to how these rules are being applied. So I would ask that we get an updated list showing buildings that could be subjected to these rules by square footage, 6,000 or 10,000. Is that something I could get?
Yes, sir, you can, and I will tell you, based on my limited time in this seat, I've gotten emails from businesses who are concerned about not being able to get a CO. And that's the very reason I put this on the agenda, so that we can have a discussion and determine which direction we go.
Thank you.
If there is agreement among council, city attorney, if you come up with language to allow us to.
Yeah, well,
mark on the
we'll move
executive
this,
session.
when you recess your briefing session, just recess the briefing session, what's left of it, till after the meeting, and then we can take up the issue of going into executive session out of work session that's reconvened. Or are we at 7 o'clock? I can't
No,
see.
we got about we got 8 minutes left. I wonder if we can get through. It's up to Mr. Stevenson and I guess city planner Owens, event planner Owens, if they can get those 2 items covered between now and 7 o'clock. The reason is that we have a special guest that's expecting something from me a little after 7 o'clock. So looking at that, can these 2 items be covered between now and 7 o'clock? If the answer is no, we'll recess it, or we'll cover what we can, recess the briefing session, and then come back.
Yeah, we have three items.
The audit thing may
We
take
have the
less.
audit. So, okay, can any one A, B, or C be done between now and 3 minutes to 7?
I think for sure we can. like the first, Kidsville and Juneteenth, yes.
All right, then let's do Kidsville, this is item C, so it's three C.
I'd rather we not do Kidsville right now because there will be discussion. I'd rather not make that discussion.
Okay,
Because you have an executive session that touches on some of those issues, correct?
all right, can we get through three B then? In like 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Which was 3 p.m. So
That's Juneteenth.
yes.
Proceed. Three B.
Juneteenth.
Hi, I'm Angela Owen. I'm your event planner for the city, and I haven't had a chance to meet everybody yet. So going over, and hopefully I'm going to be able to do this in 3 minutes. So for those who don't know, Juneteenth is June 17th, which is next Saturday, a week from this Saturday. And I wanted to go over some things, give you a thing where we are. It's at Armstrong Park from 3 to 10 p.m. This year's theme is the joy of Juneteenth. We are celebrating everything that goes with it. Right, this is as of May 31st. As of 2 minutes ago, we are at 2,900 tickets have been reserved. We have 69 vendors. And
Tickets are free.
yes, tickets are free.
It's just we're trying to get a count on how many people are gonna be within the gate.
We have multiple things going on. We have a cultural expo, we have authors expo, wellness expo from 3 to 6. We also have the park open. We'll have our bounce houses going, things like that. We then go move into the actual traditional Juneteenth that we usually do, which is the concert, an opening ceremony, and the announcement of our VIPs and our Mr. and Mrs. Juneteenth from 6 to 10. So this year, our entertainment starts at 5 o'clock in the Cultural Expo with Black Caesar, who, if you haven't had a chance to see some of his videos, just go on YouTube and Google Black Caesar, Texas Rangers, and you get 2 of his pieces right there. The opening ceremony is with DeSoto's Alumni Choir. They will be singing our national anthem and Lift Every Voice. Chadney Christelle will be performing at 6:15. After her is Lori Dawn and her band West Dawn. The proclamation ceremony is at 7:15. And Fat Daddy is at 8 p.m. with Eric Roberson, who is a Grammy nominated, at 9 p.m. Questions? Is anything?
And just so you know, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Mayor Hairston from Lancaster and myself will be on WFAA Channel 8 for Good Day or Good Morning or whatever it is on Channel 8.
Good morning, Texas. And I have one more thing I have to talk to y'all about. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Art reminded me. So under the guidance of our previous city manager, we went to the senior center asking for nominations for Mr. and Mrs. Juneteenth. We did not receive any. So we are coming to you guys for guidance on how you would like to proceed. We can do it where you send out nominations, or we designate one person to nominate this year's Mr. and Mrs. Juneteenth. So.
But last year, when Lancaster did Juneteenth, this Mr. and Miss Juneteenth thing came out like 11th hour. We didn't have time to do anything. So I took it on myself and I nominated Tim Maiden and Brenda Williams, which they're both very happy. So we have a few more days. We don't have a whole lot of time. If council wants to participate in nomination for these 2 individuals, that's fine. We can get them in quick, we vote on them, then we notify the 2 individuals that they accept, and then we go from there. If that's good, I'm getting like this, it's okay. So ASAP, come to Angela with your recommendations for Mr. and Ms.
Is there any criteria?
We'd like them to be African American.
And hopefully that's something.
And active and invested in our community. Absolutely. All right, we're gonna recess the briefing session. The timestamp on that is 6:58. Please, do what you need to get in the city council chambers as quickly as possible.
So we're recessing, so when we come back, we're gonna take up A and C.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our City Council meeting for June 6th of 2023. And I mentioned in our briefing session that June 6th is a very special day for some of us to commemorate. It is D-Day of June 6, 1944, when American and Allied forces went to Normandy and invaded France and then took the Germans all the way back home, which led to the victory in Europe. June 6, 1944, D-Day. Some housekeeping issues. Because of some extended discussion and necessity that we discovered while we were in briefing session, we had to recess the briefing session at 6:58. We did not finish all the items. We only finished item 3B. After the City Council meeting, we continue. We will then reopen the briefing session. At that point in time, we will then have our discussion on items 3A and 3D somewhat. We have also going to initiate a new executive session, or I think we can take it under executive session for what we have for a further discussion on item 3D. I know that may be confusing, but with some help from City Secretary and City Manager, we'll keep this on track and keep this train rocking down the track. Okay, so next thing that we have is the invocation, and I've asked Councilmember Karen Cherry Brown if she would lead us in the invocation. Please rise.
Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you, Lord, for this day. We thank you for your goodness, your kindness, your mercy, and your love. It says for a special prayer for our mayor, for our council. As we come together this evening, we ask you to help us to get out of our way and let your will be done as we work cohesively to make the best decisions we can for our city. These blessings we ask in Jesus' name.
Please join me in pledges to our flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Thank you. Please be seated. The next item on the agenda are reports from myself, council members, and city manager. One thing I would like to request some deference from the city council. The totality of my mayor's report is very likely to exceed 3 minutes because we have a very special presentation tonight. So I would like to accept a motion from the city council for the mayor to permit allowing more than 3 minutes for my mayor's report.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve that excess of 3 minutes by Mr. McBurnett, second by Mr. Gutierrez. And council members, if you could please vote.
IT, can we get the board turned on, please?
How about a voice vote, Mr. Veracruz? Mr. McBurnett?
4.
Mr. Coons? 4. Ms. Gooden? 4. Mr. Cherry Brown? 4. Mr. Contreras?
4.
Thank you very much. Motion unanimously approved. Annually, it is the honor for the Best Southwest Partnership, which consists of 4 core cities of Duncanville, DeSoto, Cedar Hill, and Lancaster, to make a presentation of what's called the Best Southwest Partnership Mayoral Scholarship. And individuals from the Duncanville Independent School District have applied for this scholarship. We have examined these individual applications and have chosen one person to award this scholarship to. And I will present that in just a moment. Presenting this with me are some very special people here for the Best Southwest Partnership is Patricia Coleman. Please come up now. She's the president of the Best Southwest Partnership. Mr. Chad McCurdy, council member from Cedar Hill and also vice of the Best Southwest Partnership, Education. And Mr. Kenneth Govan, member of the executive board of the Best Southwest Partnership. So this individual, I'd like to present it to him, Mr. Christopher Lopez Vieda. Christopher. Now, why? Why Christopher? I looked everything over, we looked a lot of things over, and I think the best thing to do is to give you his words from his application on why he felt he was to be awarded this particular honor. So these are his words. Well, first I want to read from Brandy Lee, who is the academic dean for Duncanville High School Collegiate Academy. Let me read her words first. Christopher is an excellent scholar who goes above and beyond expectations to achieve goals. Volunteer work is important to Christopher, and he regularly volunteers to serve in the community through the Keep Duncanville Beautiful initiative and supporting student council. As an ambassador for Collegiate Academy, he provides tours, speaks to students and parents about the benefits of the Collegiate Academy Choice Program, and remains focused to ensure he maintains a 3.98 grade average in high school courses and a 4.0 in collegiate courses. Christopher is currently ranked in the top 2% of his class. Now let me read what this gentleman has to say. Every person, you're good. Every person has a distinctive and personalized story that influences how and why they live their daily lives. I want to encourage others and motivate people to be responsible for and motivated to take charge of their lives through my profession. I desire to become a physical therapist so that I can help those who need inspiration and motivation. Did you read this? I'm not making it. Where was I here? I desire to become a physical therapist. Okay, maybe it's still here. I desire to become a physical therapist so that I can help those who need inspiration and motivation to move forward in life and lead fulfilling lives. Without action, no change would ever occur. The capacity to act is the overcoming of confidence and the degree to which you genuinely believe in yourself and your message. The capacity to stand out from the crowd and assume that role is vital. I genuinely believe in myself and am confident that I will carry out my promises to myself. I vow that I will have an impact on this world. This is a fine young man. Congratulations.
Before we get started, the mayor said something like, "Why not?" After talking with this young man back there, I said, yes. Very rarely do you see young men of this caliber moving forward in education with such a loving spirit. I want you to know, when I met you back there, I felt that same spirit. And I'd like to tell Christopher on behalf of the Best Southwest, the best is yet to come. If you make one step, God will make two. If you make two, he'll certainly do what he promised you. So on behalf of the Best Southwest 2023 on June 6th, I believe, we present this $1,000 to you. And we know that $1,000 doesn't seem like very much, but once you get into college, $1,000 adds up very quickly. So on behalf of us, I always tell young people, come back to the Best Southwest and do great things. This is an area of champions, not just Duncanville. Duncanville is an area of champions, but this Best Southwest is an area of champions, and we expect greatness from our children. So go and do great things and do greater things. If I could ask your mom and your three guests to come up, we'll take just a real quick photo.
This is Christopher's mother, girlfriend, and sister. And Mr. McCurdy has something to give him. I said you have something to give him as well?
Yes, it's just another little memento from the Best Southwest Partnership, congratulating you on your award of $1,000 scholarship, and good luck in your future endeavors. I know you're going to do great things. Thank you.
Thank you, council members, for your indulgence, and apologize for my emotion, but it is what it is. Where are we? Okay. Oops. Council members' reports. Seeing no council members' reports, moving on to the city manager's report. Interim city manager, Mr. Brown. Oh, I'm sorry. Just came up. Mr. Koontz.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank and congratulate the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board, the Duncanville Nature Conservancy, a variety of numerous citizen volunteers, and Justin Reese Edwards for what I believe is a success at Lakeside Park. So if you go walk the trail over there, you'll see where they converted just a grassy kind of fallow area into a beautiful restoration project where they've got, it's a prairie restoration. There are a lot of beautiful wildflowers out there. It's the only area of the park where you see a lot of butterflies and pollinators, very vibrant and beautiful area. So, and we hope that's just the beginning of what that's going to be in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Did I miss any other council members' reports? All right, thank you. Interim City Manager Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. There was over 150 plus individuals who participated in this year's Memorial Day ceremony. I'd like to thank everyone who came out for this very important event. On Thursday, May 25th, over 70 people attended the second annual senior prom for adults 50 years and older, and the theme was Candyland. And so I'd like to thank our staff. I got a really nice email from some citizens who complimented this event. So I want to say thank you to the staff. That's all I have there.
Thank you. That concludes item 1 for the agenda. Item 2, proclamations and presentations. Item 2A, recognition of Keep Duncanville Beautiful Summer 2023 curb appeal residential properties. And Mr. Tyler Agee is going to present this. Mr. Agee.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board members are charged with the responsibility of creating and implementing programs that will encourage beautification within Duncanville. The Curb Appeal program was designed to fill this goal for residential property recognition. The properties chosen for the summer 2023 Curb Appeal residential properties include District 1, Deronda Lewis, 130 South Capri Drive. For District 2, we have George Paniagua, 610 Parkwood Circle. District 3 is Efren Munoz, 327 East Magnolia Lane. District 4 is Billy Roy Smith, 702 Athenia Way. And District 5 is Marcianan Guadalupe Alguera, 1248 Misty Lane. If any of the homeowners are in the audience, please come down for a photo op.
And they are?
District 5.
District 5, congratulations. Thank you. And the next item, will be participating both with Councilmember at Large Gooden and Mr. Tyler Agee.
At this time, if I could get a representative from Redbird Lanes, if they're in the audience, to come down.
Is anyone here from Redbird? Okay. Proclamation. Whereas the City of Duncanville is committed to improving the physical quality of community life, and whereas the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board was established to promote this commitment, and whereas the mission of the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board is to empower Duncanville citizens and businesses to take responsibility for enhancing their community environment, and whereas each quarter the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board recognizes one commercial property within the city for significant improvements to the exterior portion of the property, landscape improvements, and/or long-term maintenance of the property that exemplifies high-quality standards. And whereas Redbird Lanes, located at 1114 South Main Street, has been selected as the Business Beautification Award recipient for summer '23. Now, therefore, our Mayor, Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, Texas, do hereby urge all residents to join me in congratulating Redbird Lane, located at 1114 South Main Street, and commending this business for contributing to the beautification of our city.
On behalf of Redbird Lanes, could I get the KDB board to come accept the award on their behalf?
Thank you, and congratulations to Redbird Lanes and to our KDB board. The next item on our agenda is a recognition of Juneteenth and a proclamation. And I would like to present this proclamation to Interim City Manager Robert Brown and all the staff that he represents in the city, because this event coming up on the 17th crosses every boundary of the businesses of our city. So if Mr. Brown would come and join me with all the rest of the staff that are present tonight, please come up. Yep. I
I see bashful staff. Whereas, on June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived at Galveston, Texas to enforce President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation and declare freedom for all slaves. Whereas, thereafter, former Texas slaves and their descendants joined in the celebration of freedom on June 19th, and the day became known as Juneteenth. And whereas, across our nation, Americans continue to celebrate Juneteenth, a day to reflect upon the sufferings of slavery and to remember the joyful declaration of freedom. And whereas, it is a time of rejoicing with family and friends and a time for planning the future. And whereas, the 2023 Best Southwest Juneteenth celebration will be held June 17th, 2023, from 3 to 10 p.m. at Armstrong Park, 100 James Collins Boulevard, Duncanville, Texas, 75146. Therefore, I, Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, do hereby proclaim June 19th as 2023 Juneteenth Recognition Day in Duncanville, and urge all citizens to acknowledge the importance of this date in the history of African American culture. This celebration acknowledges the history of an important part of American society and aids in unifying our city and our nation as a whole. And Interim City Manager Brown, it is my honor and privilege to present this to you and to your entire staff on behalf of our City Council.
Mayor, on behalf of our city employees, I'd like to thank you for this proclamation, and we want to put the other Best Southwest cities on notice. We're going to show you how it's supposed to be done. All right.
Are we set to go? We are. All right. Moving on to item number 3, citizens input. In-person citizen comments will be heard during the regular session in keeping with the City Council's rules of procedure adopted October 18th to 2022. Electric mail comments will no longer be read aloud, and paper copies will be provided to the City Council at the dais. Comments will be part of the public record in the minutes. Pursuant to Section 551.007 of the Texas Government Code, any member of the public has the opportunity to address the City Council concerning any matter of public business or any posted agenda item. However, the Act prohibits the City Council from deliberating any issues not on the public agenda, and such non-agenda issues may be referred to City staff for research and any future action. All persons addressing are subject to council adopted rules and limitations permitted by law. The City Council limitations that we have permitted is each individual will present themselves in their name and their address, and they are afforded 2 minutes to speak. There is a timer here at the lectern, and also our City Secretary monitors the 2 minutes. And we ask that you please comply with the 2-minute time constraint. So I will take these citizen comments in the order that they were given to me. First one is Grady Smithy.
Grady Smithy, 1806 Cedar Hill Road, Duncanville resident since 1950. One more time, guys, we got a chance, I think, to move a little money around that were set up for roads. We need to go ahead and get started on the south. Pardon me, I can't. We got one other additional project that's still available, and you all know what it is, and that needs to be done. And we need to get started on that before the money loses any more value. money loses value if you don't use it over time. And, we've talked about that before. And I really would hope that we could get started on that. Plus, there's also some additional stuff we can do, over on the, on the east side of town to fill up. There's a few little pieces of right-of-way we need to buy to be able to give to the county. And the county will do the road at their expense, their expense, not ours, which we would certainly appreciate. I always appreciate it when the county do anything for us. And they will do that now. And so if we can get that done, I think that we'd be very much ahead of the game. Thank you very much for your time.
Jim Gilbert does not wish to speak, but he wishes to support natural landscaping. I'm not sure, but he does not wish to speak, but supports the natural landscaping. Oh, amendment. I believe that's what it is. Okay, that would be the text amendment to the ordinance that he's referring to. Okay. Sharon Toops. Did I pronounce that correctly? Okay. Evening.
In Duncanville. We've lived here about 12 years now, and I've been coming to city council meetings pretty much a lot of that time, off and on. One of the major things I was involved in was coming to all the public hearings and everything that had to do in 2018 about the parks and the bond election and all that stuff. And I just noticed the other day, I guess, that y'all were having a big celebration to end Kidsville finally. On May 13th, I heard it got moved now, so after July 4th. But I just wanted to comment because during all that year and a half of public hearings and everything, at that time in 2018, the city council and the city staff, during that time at those meetings, they made Kidsville the #1 priority and the #1 problem, and said it was so dangerous that we could not have our kids out there anymore because boards were breaking and they were spending $10,000 a month repairing stuff where we just see like one board missing or replaced every once in a while because we went there quite often because I had a grandchild. But of all the urgency back then, I was very disappointed that all the money went to other places. I understand we went to Harrington. It's a great place, soccer teams. It really needed a lot of stuff done to it and things like that. But the only thing I've seen done, and I saw a report online saying that 66% of Kidsville has been, Armstrong Park has been done with the money that was received. And there's only like $750,000 left of that bond money. Yet the only thing that I've seen done is the little exercise things put out. So I would, hopefully the Kidsville gets done and the splash pad that was promised, because it was a big deal back then. So thank you.
Thank you. Justin Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to say thank you for your service to the great city of
Need your
Duncanville
address,
and the
please.
City of Champions.
Your address, please.
Yes,
And
sir.
name.
My name is Justin Edwards. I live at 226 Mizell Street. I come to you on two principles. First of all, I want to try to continue working forward on the LAD initiative to make the LAD property as a preserve in perpetuity for the city of Duncanville. Secondly, for the past year now, Keep Duncanville people has been working on making a native landscape amendment for our citizens to have an option to our landscape ordinance. So I want to bring for you 3 reasons why this needs to be done. First of all, we got to think, do we want to have all of our landscapes in Duncanville to be groomed and monotonous or diverse and native so that we can have more beauty and more color? Secondly, we need to have another option for our owners and renters so they can have a more diversity and more beauty with shrubs, grasses, trees, and so forth. And thirdly, and most importantly, we live in a world where conservation, where conservation and natural resources are coming under a plight. They're being wasted, they're being abused, they're and they're causing a lot of trouble with our native landscaping. So by providing for this native landscape ordinance, we will have not only more color and beauty for our landscapes, but also a viable food source and habitat for pollinators such as butterflies, birds, and bees. And so if you would like to see that, drive around town and look at our medians, and also look at our parks this time of year, and imagine that, not only in our parks, but on our streets in our city, on our streets in our residences around the neighborhood. So thank you for your initiative and serving our city, and appreciate your service.
Thank you. Emily Bridges?
Hello, Emily Bridges, 418 Oleander, 75137. First, I wanted to give kudos to our fire department because there was a fire in my neighborhood, that I believe the fire marshal was talking about, and they were there in probably 2 minutes, and took care of that problem. So kudos to them. Thank you very much.
Your name and address.
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it.
Okay.
I was too focused on what you, go ahead, I'm sorry. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. And I am in favor of the text amendment to the landscape ordinance. And not to be repetitive, but Duncanville Nature Conservancy teamed up with Keep Duncanville Beautiful and many other citizens, that wanted to come out and till the land at Lakeside Park, and now it's absolutely beautiful. If you haven't been back there, you maybe would not have found it beforehand, but you will now, because it is blossoming, it's beautiful. All the residents whose yards back up to that, they get something that not a lot of us get. So I would really think twice about that text amendment and be in favor of it. Yeah, no, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Croysdale?
Mark Croysdale, 1215 Wellington Drive, Duncanville, 75137. I was looking forward to seeing what the discussion was going to be on the Kidsville repurpose, and you didn't get to it, so I just wanted to see if I could come up and say I would be in favor of having that material be repurposed and used on the lad property. So as volunteers built that Kidsville years ago, and as volunteers trying to get something going with the lad property, we look for, okay, how do we rope it off? How do we put a barrier up? How do we make some steps? So all this material that's out there on that Kidsville could easily be put in an area where we could fence it off and we could use it as we needed it, and we could make improvements out there. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Robbie Robbins?
Hi, my name is Robbie Robbins. I live at 343 Shorewood Drive, 75116. I'm here today to discuss the lab property. The volunteer organization, the Texas Master Naturalists, have great interest in assisting with the development of the property as a nature preserve for the conservation of the land, particularly due to the location of the Blackland Prairie and how little of the Blackland Prairie is actually left untouched. We would like to urge the City of Duncanville to pass the ordinance for rezoning the property as a green space for that. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes citizens' comments for tonight.
I gave it to her at the beginning. Shannon Roberts,
Oh,
906.
I'm sorry. Yep, there it is.
Okay.
I'm sorry, got stuck behind
I
the.
didn't dream it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Shannon Roberts, 906 Rock Canyon, Duncanville, 75137. I'm here for 3 topics. First is the nature, the natural landscape amendment, the text. I urge you to support that.
for many of the reasons that have been shared. One of the things that is currently happening is over at Waterview. One of the things that happens when we're trying to water and take care of the green grass that is not indigenous to this area is we use too much water and we use too much of the fertilizers and everything that's just not natural. All that runoff, that extra runoff, the Waterview, over at Waterview is an example. All that is flowing into the pond and the creek there. It's got some gummy algae and stuff growing in it. So it encourages things that shouldn't be there. It's killing the fish. So that's just an example of one reason, the steps that we take to keep the green grass and the things that we think are so pretty, but they're not natural. So the ordinance, the text amendment would help with that. I also, so for a variety of reasons, I think that adds to the beauty of Duncanville, as was mentioned. I also, to help with the development of the LAD property, and we've talked about as a nature preserve, so I encourage the ordinance to be put in place there. But the materials from the Kidsville could be used there. One of the things that we've said is volunteer run, and it's not going to cost a lot. And this is a perfect example of reuse of city resources. So reduce, reuse, recycle. And then finally, just supported the LAD. As part of keeping Duncanville beautiful is natural landscaping, the butterflies, the birds, everything that pulls that together in a natural environment. And it's so important to our community. So thank you, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. And that does conclude our citizen comments for tonight. Unless I've skipped someone? No, thank you. Okay. Moving on to our consent agenda. This is item number 4. City Secretary, Interim City Secretary, please read the consent agenda items.
Item 4A, consider a resolution approving the third contract renewal option for IFB number 20-018 pavement marking supply and installation services with Elite Striping LLC and the estimated expenditure amount of $106,602. 4B, consider a resolution approving an agreement of cooperation between the City of Duncanville, Texas and Dallas County for CDBG Home ESG programs. 4C, consider a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding by and between the City of Cedar Hill, Texas, the City of DeSoto, Texas, the City of Lancaster, Texas, and the City of Duncanville, Texas for an interlocal agreement to partner in the Best Southwest Juneteenth celebration, which is attached hereto as Exhibit A. 4D, consider a resolution ratifying the existing professional services agreement 22-0033 terms with Team Consultants, Inc. and increasing the contract amount by $50,001 from $49,999 to $100,000 for materials, testing, and geotechnical services. 4E, consider a resolution authorizing a one-time procurement of building inspection services with Bureau Veritas in the amount with an estimated annual expenditure amount of $70,000.
Thank you. The chair will accept a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilmember McBurnett, seconded by Councilmember Coons. Council, please vote. This is approving the consent agenda items. Thank you. Approved unanimously. Moving on to items for individual consideration. Item 5A. Consider an ordinance revising the operating budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 by appropriating supplemental revenues and revising expenditures, presented by the Chief Innovation Officer, Jennifer Odie. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Forgive me as my voice is starting to go. So, yes, what I have before you is to consider an amendment to our 22-23 adopted budget. So the purpose of this is to give you an overview of what those changes that we're requesting at this time to obtain approval from you to modify our budget within our financial system, as well as to increase transparency of the budget appropriations, the funding allocations that we're requesting. The process here, we've already started, with the budget revisions, projections, where we're going to end at the end of this fiscal year, as well as proposed budget for next year. So departments have done those mid-year reviews. Any transfers that are needing to occur, something that is done internally, as it doesn't go over the bottom line, so those requests are not factored, but what is before you are amendments to appropriate any additional funding or transfers that need to occur between funds. Within your packet, I detailed out the specific funds that have changes and the details of those changes. If you have any specific questions about what has been proposed here before you, I'm ready for questions.
I have a few, unless
Yes, I'm sure.
those city council members have some first.
Yes.
Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you. Ms. Ote, I appreciate everything that you've done, because I know this has been a transition and a lot of hard work and stuff. But the first, I guess, comment or question that I would make is really, we haven't completed a audit yet, and the last financials we received have been dated as well. So I'm not supporting this, but I just don't know how valid our numbers are. So that's one of my concerns. And city manager, I guess that's one of the things I'd kind of like to get an update on the progress where we are. Thank you.
Mr. Contreras.
A quick question along with Mr. McBurnett's question. Are we, as you go through this presentation, are you going to go over the different funds where you have notations at the end of each one of the funds?
Sure.
In your submittal here.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll be going over those?
I can certainly walk you through them, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll do that now.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, well, Mr. Contreras, I went through each individual one in the packet. There are 9 different funds that I counted up, and what I did was, in round numbers, I went through the changes that were indicated on each of the individual funds. We had 2 funds that actually decreased. All the rest had increases. And I came out, in my calculations, roughly with a net of $8.3 million to the positive. We're adding $8.3 million to the budget. I guess that's going to be explained. If, Mr. Contreras, if you wish her to go through each one of the individual funds, she can. But I guess if we were to generalize this, maybe the question all of us has in the back of our minds is, where does $8.31 million come from in terms of changing the budget as it sits today for what we're looking at in the future? And adding to that, Mr. McBurnett's concern is that how valid are these fund numbers that we see, especially the fund balances, since they're unaudited?
Absolutely. So let me just start at the beginning.
Oh, yes, yes, Mr. Contreras.
Response to what you said, yes, I don't expect to go over
Okay.
line by line, but I do want to focus a little bit on the comments at the end of each one, because therein lies some explanations, but some of them aren't really explanations, so I'd like a further comments by Jennifer. Thank you.
For instance, some of the increases are directly related to Swan Ridge.
Right.
Some very, very large increases directly related to the Swan Ridge project, as we saw in some of those comments.
Right.
But
Thank
so, I'm going to ask Mr. Contreras, I want to make sure that we understand, do you wish her to go through each individual fund in the comments, or what do you wish her to do?
Well, just the comments at the end.
Okay.
Because those comments seem to be your explanation for what's happening within each one of those funds. But some of them don't really fully explain to me anyways. Not all of them, but some of them just don't explain. They seem to be a general statement.
Okay,
It doesn't
sure.
really get to the nuts and bolts of why the money's being transferred.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me just kind of start at the beginning, if I may. So the $500,000 in the general fund, that's obviously going to the street CIP fund, because the street CIP does not have a regular dedicated source of funding for projects. And since that project was over than what we originally estimated, that request is to, coming from the general fund, comes from fund balance, as there's no other source of funding that overage can come from at this time. On the utility fund portion, the main increase there is transferring over into the utility CIP fund. We had expected, when we talked about the budget last year, anticipating that we would have debt for the utility fund. Now, we're going to be talking more about that on the Thursday's budget workshop, but that has not occurred yet to issue any utility debt. you would know by this point. So it's transferring some additional funds over to utility CIP to ensure that the current projects we have in play out of utility CIP will have funding source, because the projects were dependent on that we would have had debt issued this year. The drainage fund, you know, that's the Swan Ridge, the drainage portion of that project. That's the increase there. And again, the utility capital fund, just explained, that's the addition of the overage on the Swan Ridge project, as well as the increase coming in from the utility fund to support utility projects. The street fund shows that increase for the Swan Ridge project, as well as the transfer as revenue coming in. Right? On the park CIP, what this is just all of the bond-related funding for park CIP is being transferred into the park CIP fund. Previously, it's in the capital improvement fund, is where all the bond proceeds have been, and all the projects are going out. We're moving it into the park CIP. And so that $494,000 was the remaining of the allocation that was due to parks. So the park projects were $6.6 million. That is the remaining amount that needs to go over to parks to make it whole for the remainder of the park projects. In the capital improvement fund, because we want to try to get funding in one place for when expenditures are taken out. So the revenue coming into the capital improvement fund comes from, we had some project savings from a project we did a couple years ago for the roof replacements. So I'm bringing that money over into the capital improvement fund because that'll help offset the cost of the fire station. Some additional funds that'll go towards the service center renovation we had earmarked in a one-time project fund. That was just in reserve sitting there, so I'm moving that into the capital improvement fund because that'll be in conjunction with the service center renovation, as well as the fire department wanted to transfer some funds into this fund for furniture that they were anticipating for the fire station. Again, just kind of moving it in there so when it comes time to expend these funds, it comes from one place versus 3-4 different funds. For one-time projects, that is a one-time, it was established a few years ago for any one-time projects that were needed, and so I know it looks confusing here. The only thing that's coming out of this fund now is the remainder of the P25 project. That is still what this fund is housing, the fund balances for the P25 project. And then there's a small amendment request on the juvenile case manager fund, so for additional training that's needed for that position. Does that help answer any of your questions?
Okay, Councilmember Gooden.
The drainage fund, on Exhibit A 015, page 7 of 13, is that stormwater drainage fund?
Yes, ma'am.
That is. And I know that's an additional charge on our water bill, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So is that a separate funding source?
Mm-hmm.
And you're asking for additional money? So I'm getting to how will we pay back the money that we're asking for out of the drainage funding?
Yes, ma'am. So you are correct. The drainage fund is the stormwater fees. Out of that same fund is where we have administration costs as well as any CIP, erosion type projects also come out of that fund. So we do have sufficient fund balance to cover that also with looking out into the future as we plan projects that some projects might just have to be pushed over until that recoups the funding.
So we will pause on certain projects if need be, in order to recoup the money?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Coons.
thank you for putting all this together.
Sure.
And I know we've got multiple projects that are stalled due to lack of funding, and I know we as a council on multiple occasions have asked staff to bring us back some options on how to cover those overages. And I also would just want to point out that in our report, just for the public's sake, it is noted on every page that these are unaudited numbers. So I don't know the consequences of approving this, knowing that we still don't have an audit yet, but that is noted in the report. Thank you.
Mr. McBurnett?
The audits from last year. So, I think that, it's my understanding that we have a trial balance for purposes of the audit, so.
Can everybody hear Mr. Hager? I'm not sure.
It's my assumption at this point we have a trial balance to move forward on the audit. So as a result of that, then these numbers are probably based off that.
And if I may just comment on it, so when you're looking at the beginning fund balance, that is an audited number. That was the end of fiscal year 21. That is an audited number. And then when you take into an account, obviously the actuals, what revenues we did receive, what expenses we did make, pending maybe any last minute adjustments that may be made in the audit, I'd be pretty comfortable with the ending balance.
Okay. Mr. McBurnett?
And thank you, Mayor. And again, Jennifer, I just want to say thank you because I know this has been a lot of work, and I appreciate the comments and that kind of stuff. One of my big things has been the Swan Ridge project, and you know, there's been promises and that kind of stuff. So I want to make sure that there is enough money to complete the Swan Ridge project with this budget amendment. So that's ultimately what I want to know or see and make sure that that's going to happen. So, thank you.
Can you affirm from Mr. McBurnett's question that there is adequate funds to complete the Swan Ridge project?
Yes, with these amendments, that will add to what we've already put aside to cover the full scope of the project that we know at this time.
Okay, all right. So I'll go back to my original question. I'm not sure that it has its weight now since the introduction of the information from our city attorney in terms of the trial balance being available to us. As I've netted out, it's about $8.3 million here that we're moving around and looking forward to amend this budget up. So the availability of those funds to accommodate that 8.3 net, is there an affirmation on your part or on the part of our finance director or the department itself or yourself or the city manager that these funds, as we're looking to amend the budget, are going to be forthcoming without any further interruption?
Yes. And, to your point, on some of these, like I said, it is just interfund transfer. It's not new money per se. It's just coming from one fund and going into the other. But in terms of the overages, I do believe there's sufficient savings, if you will, in the savings account, the fund balance, to cover the needs at this time. This is just a plan of spend, of course. When we get to the actuals, they tend to come in less. But it is our plan of spend, and I feel that we have adequate resources at this time for what we know at this time to cover what we need to cover.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Contreras again, please.
Okay, thank you. Under the Water Sewer Utility Fund, on amendment request note number 2, request $3 million in additional transfer to utility CIP to cover planned projects through the remainder of fiscal year 2023. What are we looking at? Planned projects.
So it's completing any remainder of Daniel-Dale, for example. We have, Ms. Colton can probably speak to what's obligated at this point, but we have several utility projects ongoing. There's the ground storage tanks, there's Cedar Ridge is going to be starting with design, and I couldn't probably name all of the projects that are ongoing at this point, but.
That's okay. I just wanted a general idea because that's pretty vanilla, their planned projects. So thank you for your explanation. Jack, you may have something additional.
Actually, we have a lot of projects under design or in construction and/or that have recently bid but not awarded. We've got Summit Generator Project, Tank Project, as Jennifer mentioned, Daniel Dale North Storage Tank. We have Cedar Ridge, which is under design currently. It involves water, wastewater, in addition to street pavement. We have sidewalk jobs, Oreo Boulevard. We've got a number of projects. And the good news is we will be providing a comprehensive update at the next council meeting on our CIP.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
City Manager, I cannot speak for the entire council. Speaking for myself and looking at what we burden ourselves in leadership with is fiduciary responsibility. I just need to ask the question or get some affirmation from you as the interim city manager that the fiduciary responsibility that each of us bears as a city council member by approving these amendments to our budget, that we are exercising our fiduciary responsibility responsibly, and that we're not putting ourselves in jeopardy in terms of the city and the budget and the funds itself. I'm looking for some affirmation to that effect.
Absolutely, Mayor, and staff greatly appreciates council's questions. We understand the importance of ensuring that we have funds available to complete these projects. Jennifer and staff has worked really hard to scrub these numbers, if you will, to ensure that we have the appropriate funds to do the projects that you have told us are very important. And so, yes, we would not bring this to you if we were not confident that funds are available.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right, seeing no further comments by city council members, the chair will
Move to
accept
approve.
the motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Kuntz.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Contreras. Council, please vote. We have approval by 6 members with Mr. McBurnett abstaining. Thank you. So the motion is approved. Moving on to item 5B, this is the election of a mayor pro tem. And per our city ordinances, as this is put forth in our charter, the term for mayor pro tem is 1 year. Mr. Vera Cruz has served that 1-year term admirably and has stepped in my stead several times when it became necessary. Mr. Vera Cruz, I do appreciate your service and doing that for the entire city and representing the council. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So the requirements to serve as mayor pro tem are delineated here in our packet in terms of the rules of procedure adopted June 3rd of 2014, a willingness to commit the time necessary. Mayor pro tem have demonstrated leadership abilities, served a minimum of 1 year on the city council, and should resist outside lobbying efforts. And in the final analysis, more than one council member may meet the criteria, and in that particular case, we will have to vote in some case of a runoff. But with that, the chair will accept nominations for mayor pro tem. Mr. Vera Cruz.
Yes, sir. If she's willing, I'd like to nominate Ms. Karen Cherry.
Ms. Cherry Brown, are you willing to accept the nomination?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see, Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to nominate Mr. Contreras.
Mr. Contreras, are you willing to accept the nomination? Okay. Okay. So we have 2 individuals. Any other nominations? Okay. We have Councilmember Karen Cherry Brown and Councilmember Greg Contreras that have been nominated to serve as Mayor Pro Tem for 1 year. And the manner in which we do this, trying to recall directions from our city attorney, if you vote for Karen Cherry Brown, we will go green. Right, right, so Karen Cherry Brown will be green, which would be a yes on your vote, and Councilmember Contreras would be a red, which would be a no on your vote. So, city council members, would you please vote your choice for Mayor Pro Tem? Either green for Karen Cherry Brown, which would be a yes, or a red for Greg Contreras, which would be a no. And we have 4 greens. Whoop.
What are we voting on?
We are, okay. We are voting on to the individual to succeed Mr. Vera Cruz as Mayor Pro Tem for 1 year. Karen Cherry Brown has been nominated and Mr. Contreras has been nominated. If you vote for Karen Cherry Brown, you will vote green, which means yes. If you vote for Mr. Contreras, you will vote red, which means no. Let's start over. You ready? No, certainly, no, I know it's confusing, especially. So are you sure?
Yes.
Do I need to go one more time? All right, okay. Council, please vote. We have 4 reds for Mr. Contreras, and we have 3 greens for Ms. Karen Cherry Brown. Mr. Contreras is hereby elected as Mayor Pro Tem for the next year. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mr. Contreras. Interim City Secretary, you recorded that, as I have, is 4 red and 3 green, which 4 red for Mr. Contreras, 3 green for Ms. Cherry Brown.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay. Item 5C, appoint 3 city council members and 2 citizens to serve on the audit committee and designated chairman for the committee. Let me ask a question here, because on our briefing session, city manager, there was an item for a briefing on the audit committee. We have not had an opportunity to hear that yet.
Correct.
In your opinion, do you feel that we take this item now, or do we take this item after hearing the briefing item from Mr. Harvey that was in the briefing session?
You should probably hear the briefing first, because if you decide to make the recommendation changes, that's going to impact how you vote here.
Okay. Mr. City Attorney, is it acceptable to call forward in the briefing session item from Mr. Harvey now and do it at this point and then follow it on with item 5C?
Yes,
All right.
that's the will of the council.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, you're actually varying your rules, so you
Yes.
have to technically ask their permission. but
Okay, so city council members, what we're doing here, what I'm requesting for consideration is that we take, let me get to it. From our briefing session item, it's item 3A, discussion on audit committee, and that would be presented by Mr. Patrick Harvey. And since it bears on item 5C, I asked the question if it would be appropriate and best if we were to hear that briefing first before taking action on 5C. And in the city manager's opinion, he was affirmative that we should do so. So I would accept a motion to make that change to our agenda item.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve of Mr. Mac Burnett, second by Mr. Vera Cruz. Please vote on this change. Unanimous approval to make the change. So, Mr. Harvey, what we have done, I've asked for an opinion from our interim city manager to hear your presentation on the audit committee in the briefing session, which was, we didn't get to yet, which is item 3A, that we should hear your audit, your discussion on the audit committee before we take up item 5C. So I know that's probably a little bit of a surprise for you, if you're prepared, or do you need a few minutes?
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Okay,
Hope
so-
everyone's doing well.
Just to be clear, we are now on item 3A of our briefing and presentation. This is discussion on the audit committee. Mr. Harvey, floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. That's the cover sheet. Really nice buildings. I thought it would work. City of Duncanville Audit Committee Membership Guidelines. It starts out with attendance, and the reason why I included this is because in reading the resolution, this is the only place where it's indicated what was envisioned in terms of the number of members that would constitute this committee. So it says what a quorum is. If you've got 3, then a quorum's 2. If you've got 5 members, then 3 out of 5 members should be present to have a quorum. So it was envisioned either 3 members or 5 members would constitute the number of the audit committee. Next slide. Says that according to the resolution, the audit committee shall be appointed annually at the first city council member meeting each June, and that's up for consideration. The audit committee shall be comprised of 3 or more members, at more being 5. As determined by city council, 3 of the members shall be appointed by the city council from among its own members. Additionally, 2 members may be appointed who are not members of the city council or the city staff in order to ensure the committee has the needed understanding of governmental finance, accounting, and auditing, and each member shall be appointed for a term of 1 year. So it is envisioned then that the committee would constitute 3 members of the council and 2 members of the public. So what I am proposing to council is that the language be changed from current council members to language being changed to either current or former members, and then the 2 members of the public would remain and would not be revised according to this proposal. This revision, if adopted by City Council in its June 20th meeting, would take effect for audit committee appointments beginning June of next year. This revision may increase the pool of candidates available to serve on the audit committee. So what it's really designed to do is to try to preserve continuity, if you will, despite the changes that may or may not happen as a result of the election. Like, for example, this time around, I was coming off the council, so for me to continue to serve, I would be one of the 2 public slots. Mr. Talley was already in play in terms of his service. Sue Clark was already in play in terms of her service. So that would mean, under the current rules, one of the public members, if I were to be nominated, one of the public members would have to roll off. And I can remember from working with the councils that I served with, the feeling was if a person wants to serve, we should give them an opportunity to serve. But the way the rules are currently written, given the nature and skill set of the people who are present, then that would have resulted in you all, had Ms. Sue Clark wanted to continue to serve, then you all would have had to make the decision to terminate release, and an individual service. So this is designed to give future councils more flexibility in terms of what they're able to do. So, any questions?
Mr. Coons?
Correct me if I'm wrong, did Sue Clark resign?
Yes, you did.
That's in the next presentation, yes.
Okay, so currently there's just one citizen member of that committee.
Correct.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Appreciate it very much. Okay, we will then move on to item 5C. Which is the appointment of 3 city council members and 2 citizens to serve on the audit committee and designated chairman for the committee. Referring back to Mr. Harvey's presentation, he did give the resolution or the actuality in terms of how this is to be done. I want to make a comment that I understand the necessity for Mr. Harvey making this recommendation because of the situation we now have with the audit and the information being provided to us from the audit committee. His concern definitely has merit, and I accept that in a great degree. What I look at in terms of his recommendation in perpetuity for changing the appointments, I'm not sure that in perpetuity is a necessity, because I see as 3 city council members and 2 citizens, we have enjoyed this flexibility for several years, and I think it's served us well. Now, the other thing I want to say is that I personally feel, as we go through this process, that I strongly support Mr. Harvey being appointed as the second citizen on this audit committee. And I do so because of the continuity, because of his expertise, his understanding of the current situation, and he can continue to serve in that role to give us oversight and understanding of how it's going to be proceeding, because this is not yet over in terms of what we're doing with our financial services yet. So to sum up, I believe what we have standing today suffices, but I also feel that Mr. Harvey has made it an adequate and ample point in terms of him serving himself, that he himself continuing to serve, and as I say, this is my idea. He has not conveyed this to me at all. I just looking at this field because of his service and what he has done with the audit committee, he should be the second civilian appointment to our audit committee and Mr. Talley to continue. And that would then leave the continuity and the expertise in Mr. Harvey and Mr. Talley's hands, because I was present for the audit committee briefing, and those 2 individuals, Mr. Harvey and Mr. Talley, have a very, very firm grasp on the situation at hand in terms of our financial situation at this particular point. So that is my recommendation, is to leave things as they are in terms of how we appoint, but then to make a recommendation that we nominate and elect Mr. Harvey as the second citizen to serve Mr. Talley. As Mr. Coons has correctly indicated, Sue Clark has resigned, so there is a vacancy on the audit committee. So those are my feelings. Just wanted to put that forward. Mr. Contreras, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I look at this proposal by Mr. Harvey as being not necessarily something that we need to use to fix today's problem, because that's already been fixed by her resignation, by Sue Clark's resignation. But for future councils, I could see that when you're looking for the quality and the background that people possess that would be the best representatives on this committee, future councils could be faced with having to pass up a citizen candidate because you already have 2. And there may be a 3rd person that far exceeds in experience and knowledge the remaining council members. And you may have council members that would rather not serve simply because they lack the background that it takes to be involved in this committee. So I think it just gives us an option, gives future councils an option, that if that were the case, if today happened 3, 4 years from now, they have this option. They've already got 2 citizen positions filled, and the best candidate, according to the council majority, might be that 3rd public member. And now you have the option to, at the council's pleasure, to put that person in, as opposed to putting a council person that may not feel very strong going in.
Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Mr. Contreras stated quite well. Personally, I wouldn't mind seeing the audit committee expand even more based upon what we've seen in terms of numbers. And yes, I wholeheartedly agree that Mr. Harvey should be considered as our 2nd citizen appointment. Mr. Harvey has served this audit committee for a number of years, but also was the chair of this committee for a number of years, and to transition from that is it's a significant change, and so it is about the transition. So that's my comment.
So what we, as a council, are faced with is we do not have on the agenda an item to change the appointments in the audit committee. If there is consideration to be made to accept the recommendation of Mr. Harvey as now a private citizen, then this item needs to be tabled, and we need to bring back at our next city council meeting a resolution to change the process that we have today, and in so changing it, then to carry out the appointments to the audit committee. And as Mr. McBurnett just mentioned, if he has any ideas about increasing the numbers, then that would be something to consider as well. So if they're trying to think how best to follow process and procedure here, Mr. City Attorney, how do we determine if there is a desire to change the resolution or if there's a desire to continue as it is today?
Well, you have an agenda item and the floor is open for the appointment. So if someone made a motion to appoint A through 5, 1 through 5, then we could take that up. And then at the conclusion of that, instruct me to bring back appropriate either ordinance or resolution to consider the recommendations that Mr. Harvey has made and the council's discussed.
So we
And
can
that-
take,
And
we can
Mr.
take care of
Harvey
business
said he
tonight.
expects this to take place next
Okay.
year, so then we would have going into the next June, we would be looking at the new system if it were
Right.
approved.
And we could follow
I would recommend that we put this in an ordinance form. You've treated this over the years as like an ad hoc committee with this resolution, and I think that you have seen the need for this body to exist on a consistent basis. It's been here as long as I can remember. We updated it significantly a few years back, but it really probably ought to be a standing appointment in the code of ordinances. Quite frankly, I had trouble finding it, and I had to call Kristen to see if she could get in the resolution book and find it for me. So it ought to be something that's available to all the citizens, and transparency and be in the code book.
So in so doing tonight, what our city attorney is recommending, we also follow our own rules of procedure by doing the election of, or the appointment to the audit committee at the first city council meeting in June. And so we can carry out and do our business tonight by doing so, and then we can come back at a later date and have something to consider in terms of changing those appointments and the resolution itself. And making it actually, I understand making it an ordinance instead of just something that sits there on its side.
I'll bring back for future consideration by the council a resolution or an ordinance with the suggested changes of Mr. McBurnett and Mr. Harvey.
Okay, So as we have here on the slide, Mr. Talley has indicated willingness to serve another year, if so appointed.
Mayor, I want to make one quick comment because it
Yes, sir.
shows Mr. Veracruz as the current member, but it's actually Mr. Kuntz.
Okay, there's error on that slide. It's Mr.
You're
Kuntz
correct.
versus Mr. Veracruz.
Sorry about that, yes.
Okay, all right, not a problem. Thank you for the correction, sir. All right, carrying this forward in terms of being able to carry on business, I think if it's agreeable, Mr. Talley and Mr. Harvey could be appointed as the two citizens. And I guess once we do this in bulk, Mr. City Attorney, or do we do it by individually?
You could do it by a complete slate, or if you want to go ahead and appoint the two citizens, you could do that by one motion, and that could be seconded and approved, and then that would leave the council members who would be Mr. Mac Burnett, Mr. Kuntz, and then you've created a vacancy by moving Mr. Harvey into the citizens.
Right.
And you could take it up tonight, whoever's appointed that doesn't get reappointed, if Mr. Harvey's reappointed, continue to serve, and you could take up this council appointees at your next meeting.
Okay, let me
Or you
carry
can
it
do it
this way
tonight.
then, as we can do this in the most expedient manner in slate versus individual. Mr. Kuntz, are you willing to serve?
Nope.
Okay, so there's two. Mr. McBurnett, are you willing to continue to serve?
Yes.
All right, so what we have, if you will mark what we have as a slate, we have Mr. Patrick Harvey, and we have Mr. James Talley. And we have Mr. Don McBurnett. So what I would like to do at this point is offer these three individuals on a slate. So council, please vote on Mr. Don McBurnett continuing,
Well,
Mr.
Mayor,
Patrick.
I think we could still take nominations from our other council members that might be interested in just do
Well,
one slate.
What I'm doing is trying to complete this particular process so we can carry on discussion about the two vacancies. I think it might be a little easier. Is that okay? All right, so what we have is a motion to accept Mr. McBurnett, Mr. Talley, and Mr. Harvey as appointments to the audit committee. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll move.
Mr. Contreras, second. Second by Ms. Gooden. Please vote on this.
Mayor, who was the second?
Councilmember Gooden. Wait a minute. You're abstaining? Okay, we have a six-member vote to approve with Councilmember Cherry Brown abstaining. So Mr. McBurnett, Mr. Talley, and Mr. Harvey are hereby appointed to the audit committee. Now, open for discussion are nominations to fill the other two council member positions. Mr. Kuntz.
I'd like to nominate Councilwoman Cherry Brown.
Okay. Councilmember Cherry Brown, do you accept the nomination?
I'll accept.
Ms. Cherry Brown accepts the nomination. Any other nominations for the other city council member?
I'll nominate Mr. Contreras.
Mr. Contreras, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
So now what we have is a second slate to accept or to appoint Councilmember Cherry Brown and Councilmember Contreras as the other two council members for the audit committee. I'll accept a motion on this.
So moved.
Motion to approve this slate by Mr. McBurnett, second by Councilmember Gooden. Please vote. We have a 6-vote for the motion with Councilmember Cherry abstaining. Up. Okay, we have we have a unanimous approval for Councilmember Cherry Brown and Councilmember Contreras being appointed to the Audit Committee. Does everybody understand what we just completed? So we have, for the Audit Committee composition, Councilmember Mac Burnett, Councilmember Cherry Brown, Councilmember Contreras, Private Citizen Patrick Harvey, and Private Citizen James Talley for the composition of the Audit Committee.
Mayor, one
Yes, sir.
more point where we have to select a
Chairman.
chairman. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Yes, sir.
So with Mr. Talley not being present, everybody else that has now been appointed, is there any individual that has been appointed that wishes to serve as the chairperson?
I'd be happy to do that, Mayor.
Mr. Mac Burnett would like to serve as chairperson. Any others individuals? I'll take a motion to appoint Mr. Mac Burnett as chairperson for the Audit Committee.
So moved.
I have a motion to approve by Mr. Kuntz, second by Mr. Contreras. Please vote. This is appointing Mr. Mac Burnett as chairperson for the Audit Committee. Unanimously approved. Congratulations, Mr. Mac Burnett. Okay, that takes us to item number 6, staff and board reports. Received the Public Works Quarterly Report. Understand, those that are present, we still have not finished business because we still have information to do on the item number 3C, receive a presentation, discuss reuse of wood materials following demolition of Kidsville. And we also still have, where did it go?
Mayor, there's an executive session.
That's what I'm looking for.
It's item 1 under executive session on page 2 of the agenda.
There it is. Okay, there it is. I see it. Okay. All right. So, Ms. Colton, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Gordon, distinguished members of the Duncanville City Council. I'm here to tell a little story, and that's about Public Works. So, Public Works is so interwoven into our everyday lives. This morning when I got up and got me a glass of water, I had to thank my utilities department, because without their hard work and dedication, we wouldn't have clean, regulatory compliant drinking water. And then, as I washed my dishes after breakfast and the water went down into my sewer with no issues, I had to thank my wastewater utilities department, because they work round the clock, 24/7, to make sure that that wastewater goes where it needs to go. So I get in my car and I start driving on our roads, and I look out and I see our sidewalks. And then as I get to Highway 67 and I see this beautiful monument that the city council helped to design, I had to thank our engineering department. And as I traveled on Daniel Dale Road to see the road under construction, improvements being made, once again, I had to thank that engineering department. Story's not over. When I got to this city hall and found that we had an intact building with lights and it was clean and it was cool, I had to thank built-in maintenance. So I'm just very thankful to be associated with a group that is so interwoven in all of our lives on a daily basis. And not to mention, our transportation department, who maintains our traffic signals, our school flashers, our stop signs, sanitation department that makes sure that Republic collects all of our solid waste and that the waste management disposes of it. So I'm just very thankful. And I am Jacqueline Colton, the Interim Director of Public Works, here before you tonight. So basically, all of the divisions that I just mentioned were housed in 2 separate locations. Here at City Hall, we have our engineering departments as well as our building maintenance division. At our service center located on Shady Trail, we have our utilities department. There is our traffic operations department. We have our street maintenance department. We have drainage department and sanitation. So that's the organizational structure of the Public Works Department. Okay, current staffing level. We are currently authorized at approximately 63 positions. We have a vacancy rate of 27%. Most of those vacancies are in our engineering department as well as our street maintenance department. In talking with my colleagues all across the state, these are some of the #1 hard to hire positions in the whole state. So, but we are, trying to do our best to hire people to make sure that our missions are complete. I am happy to report that we were able to hire 2 new utility maintenance workers. That is our entry-level maintenance workers, Orlando Chapa and Emilio Portillo. And we had 2 retirements in our street department, 2 of our top people. We had James Brown, who had been here for a number of years. You will see his handiwork and sidewalks and drainage improvements all over the city, and then Terry Kennedy. However, we're also happy to report that there have been some promotions in that street department. We were able to promote Bertrand Johnson to the assistant street superintendent position, as well as Joe Martinez. So we want to get the word out. If you all know anyone who is looking for a job, let them come and apply with the city, because it's a good career with good benefits and a good team. Okay, let's get into our performance indicators. First up is equipment services. Now, this is an area where we have struggled to meet our performance indicators because of various reasons. We've had difficulty in getting parts for vehicles and getting vehicles out of shops, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. We are evaluating other alternatives, which you all will soon hear about. And the situation in general is getting better. The good news for this particular division is we're happy to report we have 7 new patrol vehicles which are on the way this summer. So, we have experienced times when we have ordered vehicles and none of them were able to be fulfilled because there was just not that inventory. Okay, traffic and signal operations. They maintain, as I mentioned, all the school zone flashers and the traffic signals, and they exceed their goal on a continuous basis. The other items, the traffic cabinet replacements, the signalized intersections rewired, and the sign installations, they will complete their goals by the end of this fiscal year. Issues that we have been confronted with in this area, we had 1 vacancy from October, but I am happy to report that we do have a new hire who will be coming on board in July, so that will help quite a bit. And another issue that we have had relates to equipment being out of service. We've got a bucket truck that is old, that we were not able to get repaired in a timely manner. We've ordered bucket trucks replacements which have not yet been delivered. Okay, street and drainage maintenance. This is where we have 50% strength. But in spite of that, they are able to, patch potholes and do the other work. They prioritize the work. So if there is a issue with a sidewalk and it's not necessarily a safety issue or a trip hazard, those types of repairs are made secondary for the time being until we can staff up or identify other manner of getting the work done. And so also, this is a group, they repaired the City Hall parking lot. They're making the median repairs at the fire station. So they're very busy. They're craftsmen, you know, at the top of their game for the work that they perform. Okay, utilities operations. Last year, we provided about 1.8 billion gallons in water overall, on an average of close to 5 million gallons per day. And so there are a number of, you know, things that they need to take care of. They are licensed, you know, by the TCEQ. And, you know, we've had a number, every week they're called out, you know, late nights to, you know, repair a main break, to kind of make sure that, you know, we maintain, you know, our system and that we fix, you know, those items within our aging, you know, water distribution system, as well as sewer collection system that need to be fixed. Okay, also, we are responsible for sanitation waste collection. So we administer, as I indicated, the Republic contracts as well as the waste management landfill disposal contract. During the year, there are a number of public education and information and collection events which are hosted by this division. This year, earlier this year, we hosted 2 collection events. One was a general sanitation collection event where we took in, you know, bulk items, we took in e-waste, we even shredded documents, we, you know, provided that service. And then the household hazardous waste, your paint, your other, you know, items that should not go into the regular trash, we had a collection event. And so what this does is it keeps these items, you know, out of the street, out of our storm sewer system. So it helps to, you know, help the city clean up the city is what it does. Okay, as I mentioned, I will be giving a detailed presentation on our capital improvement program. I just wanted to highlight 2 projects, and one is the Daniel Dale Road Street and Utility Project, which is quickly coming to a close. We've been told that on the 20th, the eastbound lanes of traffic will open, at least 2 of the eastbound lanes of traffic. They have to do work in the median and the landscape improvements, and then finish the monument. But we're just so very happy that we're bringing this project to a close. And then the star of the show is the fire station. It's approximately 65% at this time, complete at this time. We are on track for construction to be complete in October of this year. So we're very excited about that. Do y'all have any questions for me?
Mr. Contreras.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Colton, do we currently have somebody acting in the capacity, I'm going to use an old term, as a construction inspector or project
Yes, sir.
supervisor? Who is in
Yes,
that?
sir. It's Alan Brown.
Okay, so.
Yeah, and he's our construction inspector, and he's all over the place, all on top of projects and, you know, contractors, and making sure that things are done when they should be. And
Keeping them honest?
oh, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah,
They don't
okay.
really like to see him coming, but we do.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a valuable position when you have so much going on, that
Yes.
somebody from the city is a second set of eyes. I know that the engineers typically will go by the rules, and contractors will follow the promises they've made, but you always gotta keep somebody out there. So I'm glad to
Yes.
hear it. This is the first I've heard of them. So how
Oh.
long have we had that position?
Actually, he's been on board for about 3 years now.
Okay,
But
well,
yeah, but he's.
my apologies for not noticing. Thank you,
Yes,
though.
sir, yeah,
Uh.
he's my right-hand person as far as construction is concerned.
Good deal, thanks.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Mr. Coons?
Yes, could you give us an update on the service center improvements?
Yes, sir. So the service center was designed, and then it was put out for bids. And there were a number of bids that were received. However, due to inaccuracies in each bid, they were rejected. So we have taken the design back, and we are identifying ways that, we can reconfigure things because it was designed under a different administration, and there are a need for additional space. So that's kind of where we are at this time.
All right, thank you. And then
Yes,
I had
sir.
one other question. We were going north on 67, and we're going by the monument sign, and the logo wasn't illuminated. Is that?
Yes, sir, that's, it was that night.
Yes, ma'am. It was last night.
Yes, sir, that's by design.
Okay, it
Yes,
is.
sir.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay. Because
Yes, sir.
it was not illuminated.
The logo itself, but
Right.
around it was illuminated.
I guess that's what I'm saying is you couldn't see the D
Oh, okay.
on the
Well, we
state. It
need to
was-
go and take a look at that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thank you all.
And thank you for the clean water and the great streets and the sidewalks and the drains and everything else. Great team, great team. All right. To make this correct, we need now to reconvene the briefing session. It recessed at 6:58. So we'll reconvene the briefing session. The timestamp on that is 8:48 p.m. And we're going to go to item 3C, receive a presentation and discuss reuse of wood materials following the demolition of Kidsville. Mr. Stevenson, floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I want to take a few minutes and update the council on opportunities to reuse some of the wood from Kidsville following its scheduled demolition to begin after the July 4th celebration. First, staff has plans to preserve several of the towers that will be used to create a Kidsville historic sign for the original plaques that are currently displayed at the park. And we're going to create a separate historical sign that will display the old, current plaques out there now with the towers on top. So, second, staff reached out to the manufacturer of Kidsville, Leathers Playgrounds, to inquire about the safety of reclaiming the wood materials for citizen use. They informed staff that the original wood is pressure treated using chromated copper arsenate, and the use of CCA for playgrounds and outside residential structures such as decks was discontinued in 2004. While CCA is certainly a concern, it's important to note that the EPA did not require removal of these structures following the 2004 discontinuation. We included a fact sheet that was provided to you in the briefing session that gives you more information about CCA. Leathers Playgrounds further stated that they were unaware of any other city that have distributed the reclaimed wood. Next, staff contacted City Attorney Bob Hager and discussed opportunities to make small quantities of the wood available to our residents for keepsakes. Mr. Hager provided guidance that should the city make the wood available, Staff shall maintain a log of people who receive the wood, as well as provide them a copy of the fact sheet that we provided you previously. It's also important that we limit the amount of wood each person receives so that a structure cannot be created. Keep in mind this reclaimed wood has been used as a playground for over 33 years. Lastly, staff plans to store a limited amount of the reclaimed wood for possible use for projects such as signage or planters in the future. The wood should not be utilized for items such as benches, tables, and other such items with prolonged human contact. The council, park board, and staff can further discuss those opportunities as they arise in the future, including the use at the Ladd property that has been asked about here recently. So with that, I'll answer any questions you have. Again, we plan to use the towers for a historical sign. We'll make a limited amount of wood available to our citizens. We will keep a log of those folks who receive that wood, and then we will also save some back for our use as the council and the park board and the staff sees fit in the future.
Okay. Mr. Contreras? No? Okay. Mr. Kuntz?
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. So just to be clear, so if we do release any of this material for public use, they'll get the information. Should we also include a
It'll be
release
like a
form?
release.
Yeah.
It's an assumption of the risk form. Right? They understood it. They've read the fact sheet. They're using it. They agree that they will not use it for tables, prolonged human contact, and we're not going to give them enough that they could make a table or a chair out of. So that's kind of what we're by controlling the amount of wood that an individual gets, we're kind of dictating what they can do with it. Now, I'm not foolish enough to think that if enough people get together and conspire that they could get enough wood, but that's going to be on them. So, and that's why I suggested to them they keep a log so we can know who's collecting it and how much and for what purpose.
Thank you. And then what do the logistics look like as far as setting materials aside for reuse for city purposes?
Right. We anticipate just storing that in one of our storage facilities. We have several, both indoor and outdoor park storage facilities that we can store some of that wood in. Most likely it'll be outdoor. It's been outdoor its entire life. So we will store it outdoors, and we'll use it as the city council and the park board see opportunities to use that wood, then we'll take use of it at that time.
And is there extra cost involved in
We're hoping not,
setting materials
and that's why we say we're going to take a limited amount. Obviously, the more we try to save, the more cost it's going to be to the contractor to try to preserve it and take it down in a more civilized manner, if you will, without using a bulldozer. So we will take our staff in the beginning before the contractor comes in. We will be the ones taking out the towers. At that time we can use our Sawzall and take a lot of the uprights out. A lot of the wood that's been used as decks probably cannot be saved, but the wood that's been used as railings and protective barriers, that's what we will try to save.
And then just one last question. So we have a location identified where we would be storing all this?
We have several locations identified within the park's
Okay.
storage areas.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Just one final comment. Want to thank you and your staff and the city manager for the decision to not dismantle Kidsville until after the July 4th celebration. Armstrong Park is going to be very, very full with Juneteenth, and we always have a huge crowd coming from July 4th from all over the state, and so to delay this, I know it's costly, but I think it's in the best interest of our citizens to be able to still be able to play on Kidsville for July 4th. So thank you for that, and thank you for to the contractors for understanding what we're doing for that as well.
They've been very understanding and very cooperative, so we
Thank
appreciate
you.
their support.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, sir.
Mayor Gordon?
Yes, sir.
We also have an executive session
Yes.
item. Do we still need that?
The executive session.
It had to do with salvage property. Some of that had to do with Kidsville. I didn't know if Mr. Kuntz and I talked about doing that. If we don't need it, then
As far as I'm concerned, we don't.
okay.
All right. So agreeable, we will dispense with the executive session that's on the agenda. However, we did want to do an executive session.
There was a
based on the
request for an
fire-
executive
on the
session on
fire,
fire
so,
code issues, yes, sir.
So we don't have the exact wording for that yet, but let it be known for the record that
I got
we-
it for you. At this
City
time, the
attorney.
council would also entertain, at the request of one of the council members, an executive session under 551071 of the Texas Government Code regarding agenda item 3D, and to discuss the fire code and potential amendments. That is noted on the cover page of your city council agenda where it says, as authorized by section 551071 of the Government Code, this meeting can be convened into closed executive session for the purpose of seeking confidential legal advice from the city attorney on any item on the agenda at any time during the meeting. So we've met the requirements of the Open Meeting Act.
Very good. All right, so we're going to recess open city council meeting. The timestamp on that, interim city secretary, is 8:56. And city council members, please take over into the briefing room. And for citizens, we will continue our discussions in executive session, and we will adjourn the city council meeting from the briefing room. Thank you.
sandwich order. Somebody sent me something.
Jason Stelling?
Yeah.
That was Miss Diane. Do you wanna change it?
No, I didn't get any response back once I hit that button. So I don't know
Okay.
if I did it right or not.
If she didn't come talk to you, then you're good, but I'll check tomorrow. She came to me and she said, my sandwich order didn't go.
Sitting here and you're starving, and you know you did something wrong.
And Jeremy's not sharing.
Give me half one cookie.
Bring the video back.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are reconvening open city council session at the conclusion of executive session. Timestamp 10:02. And we'll call for adjournment at 10:03. Go.
Do we have to do the action or no?
Oh, I'm sorry. Item 5D on the agenda, there's no item to be taken, no action to be taken as a result of executive session. On item 5D, which is the revised executive session as read by the city attorney,
Okay,
not the executive session that's in the agenda.
got it.
No action to be taken, so adjournment
10:03.
10:03.
Just, solution is on the table. The fire chief's okay with that. About controlling the uses and getting that separation. That's fine.
Keep Duncanville Beautiful hosts many community events throughout the year as a commitment to our community and the earth. Make sure you follow Keep Duncanville Beautiful on Facebook and visit www.duncanvilletx.gov for more information and to stay up to date